Dong, dong, dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's time for the Idiot Show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time, for any reason, whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, howsoever, or wheresoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes every couple hours. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to be a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing to you, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall and to the left. Without further ado, let's get some music going and get into this. So, I went through and I disconnected the power wires from every single one of my nuclear power plants because that is a guaranteed, surefire, absolutely 100% way to turn them off. And hello to Drake, Casper, Fitz! How are we doing today? All the nuclear power plants are completely chock full of fuel again. It's a tiny bit radioactive over here. It's fine. I already have an extra arm. Growing another one's not going to be a problem. Maybe I can be like Goro. I can be a Shokan, and I can win the Mortal Kombat tournament or some stuff. I don't know. But yeah, they're all turned off. So we got to go through and hook them all back up again. Because, you know, that was so much fun. That was so much fun yesterday doing. I got to do it again. I also have made this area extra spicy by setting up these 14 storage bins so that if I need to turn off my nuclear power by disconnecting their belt and letting them bleed out on fuel, I should be able to store enough uranium rods in these 14 bins to completely refill this system. I hope 14's enough, because I tried with 10 and it wasn't. I also set this up. I don't really need the merger, but it's fine. This way, if I want to turn off the rods going in, all I have to do is hit none. Now, one thing I could do, and I know this is a kibitz thing, but you know what? He's got some good ideas sometimes. Just grab that and paste it over there. But boom. How many reactors you got? 307. So, let's go ahead and get them turned on. We need to start here. Because I've numbered the reactors in numerical form from row 1 through row 7 from left to right as I'm currently sitting. And reactor row 1 and 2 feed the plutonium pellets. You know, the last stage of getting rid of the waste. So I can't get rid of the waste from rows 3 through 7 unless 1 and 2 are kicked on. That's 15,000. Is that 307 times 50? Because yeah, I did that math too. The problem is with that math is it does not account for all the belt that runs between the reactors. Because I had 10 bins, 24,000 or 24,000 uranium rods the first time I tried to fill the reactors, and it did not fill the reactors. No, they store 50. Uranium rods only stacks to 50. Yeah, so now I'm going to go with 14 bins, and we're going to fingers crossed on that. And I'm going to try to do this kind of quickly. And like I said, row number 3, the one on my left currently, is going to go to making non-fissile uranium. Corby! All the phase 5 parts are being completed now. I'm just waiting for the machines to fill up, and then I'll be starting to feed the space other. Once that's done, the game is over. Yeah. I know the feeling on that. I'm sure people have already figured it out, but I had talked about running this playthrough until the end of July. We're literally firing up the last step of the power plant. What in the hell am I going to do for 2 freaking weeks? I mean, yeah, that's only like 7 to 8 streams. Probably have 1 to 2 just troubleshooting. Probably mainly the fuel. I should be pretty good on the nuclear. Bye, Zox. What's going on, brother? For anybody not aware, my buddy Phyzox here is the creator of Satisfactory, a Satisfactory calculator-like tool for analyzing your save file that's available on both GitHub and itch.io. So if you like the idea of Satisfactory calculator, but you don't like how long it takes to load, or you just want something that's not a web interface, check out Satisfactory. Hey, shameless plug. I am not sponsored by Satisfactory at all. It is a free program, so there's no money exchanging hands. It's a cool tool, so I'm gonna recommend it. Same way I do, Satisfactory Modeler. So right now we are doing rows, I don't know, 4 and 5? Yeah, this is the rows 4 and 5. Or I got 7 of these rows to hook up. Now these ones don't actually go onto the grid until I get to the very end. So we should have a pretty damn nice grid here in just a couple minutes. Oh, and I got a surprise for you guys over on YouTube at the half-hour mark. So make sure to remind me at the half-hour mark that I need to drop the surprise. At the moment, we got... that's not hooked up. Why are you not hooked up? Excuse me? Ow. No, that's hooked up. Oh, well, whatever. Oh, I know what's going on. No, not much more to go at all. I think I know what's going on. Does anyone want to do the math on what 306 times 6,250 is? What's going on, Shy? And I know I could press N and pull out the in-game calculator. It's easier to ask chat, and that way I can keep doing this, and I don't have to pause just to break out the calculator. But I will read chat a little more in depth once these go online. So if you think I'm ignoring you, I'm not. I'm just trying to get this done. And there. Alright, so that should be 1.9. Okay, so 306 times 6250. We're actually a little bit low. Why are we a little bit low? That's got me a little worried. But there's a big number for you. But like I said, that's got me... The fact that it's not at the 1.91, it's got me a little worried. Yeah, we're at 14.6 at the moment. Ish. And I'm going to back up a little bit on waste here on the first row. Because until the other rows completely get up there and start processing over to spicy broccoli, this doesn't really have anywhere to go. And I'm mainly checking these to see... I'm guessing I've got some that aren't hooked up. Can anyone pop back in time just a little bit to right before I hooked up the power wire from the very first reactor here to the rest of this grid and tell me what that number was? I know it was 1.9 something. I want to say it was 1.903. So I have that number. I can extrapolate to see how many aren't turned on. Now, they're either not turned on or they don't have power shards in. The drawback is I have to do this 307 times. I got to look for this, and I got to look for that number. The production number when it was like 1.903. Dismantle gun would only tell me if the clock speed, if I have 3 power shards in it. It wouldn't tell me what if it's actually connected to the grid. The drawback is because they're daisy chained. Obviously, this entire row should be fine. If I go to the very end ones, because of the way I have the daisy chaining set up, like if this reactor isn't hooked up to this reactor, when I open this reactor, I shouldn't get the 14 million number. Think you saw a red light? Where the hell even is their production light? Is it the top here? The row on my left. Okay, when I was bunny hopping, the row on my left. Okay. Let me go back to the very beginning. Well, red would mean it didn't have connection. Yeah, right here. No power. There's no fuel. The fuck? There's one. That was weird. But I've also had that one happen before. The draw... Okay, there is a light on both sides. No, there's not. That kind of sucks. So I guess I need to keep an eye out for those, lights. One point 1.3. What's 1 point? Is that... No, there was a number that was like 1.9... 1,903,000. It was the total power before I hooked... Oh, I can find out real fast. Yeah, 1909. So I still have at least one reactor that's not turned on. So I'm gonna leave that unhooked. And we're gonna look for another reactor that's not hooked up. Yeah, but this is content, Fizox. And truth be told, I haven't downloaded it yet. I'll be completely honest. I've actually been trying to stay away from this game. I'm trying not to get myself burnt out. Put monitors on the belts, that would do it. Well, the nice thing about doing it this way instead of that way is A, takes longer, so content, and B, I'm already there when I find the problem. I mean, I have put 2,400 hours in this game since December. And I still got a couple playthroughs I want to do, and I definitely don't want to burn myself out on it. But I do need to think about what I'm going to do during my break. Like, what game am I going to play? What games am I going to play? I don't really want to get sucked into another multi-thousand-hour game. I'm not doing Minecraft. Let's go down here to... I don't have a problem with Minecraft. I just the art style bugs me. It's hard for me to look at. Kind of like staring at this right now. I don't know about you guys, but this is really hurting my head to try to stare at. That one there is not going to run all that well. This one isn't going. This one should only run 1080. So belt 5 and belt one of the other belts. What's going on, Rogs? Welcome back. So I'm gonna go down this way because my lights are on the wrong side. So. But if I look at just right, I can see both lights. And it wouldn't surprise me if I screwed up another belt. I mean, I did do 300 of these. So, turn your freaking eagle eyes on, chat. We're looking for a red or a yellow light. Yep, got it. And it's got fuel, it just doesn't have... It has no water. I have a feeling that pump is upside down. $1.195. So I started a new world save doing the 100x space parts, 2x crafting, 5x power. Yeah, that's basically what I'm going to be doing. And then we're going to do what I showed yesterday. You know, the quick little pause buffer to get that to run all the way up. So these make 2,500 base. 2,500 times 1.2 is 3K. So you take 306 times 62050 plus 3,000 was 1.915500. This is exactly what I have. Everything is running correctly now. You can use Subnautica. Yeah, I do have access to Subnautica. I don't know if the kid bought Subnautica 2 or not, but I know he got Subnautica 1. And I'd be more likely to play it now that the hype has died down. The only thing I worry about is I don't want to screw up my freaking YouTube algorithm. Because I'm finally at the point where YouTube actually seems to like promoting my content. And I really don't want to screw that up. Okay. And I did see you pop in there, Heather. Don't think I'm ignoring you. Okay, so that one should dial back up to 1100 now. each one of these, I can't tell on that one. Each one puts out 25 per minute, so the first row here should be at 1075, which it is. Then 1100, 1100, 1100, 1100. Why are you only at 1075? So this one's got one that's not running, which is really weird because the power is correct. And that row we already found one and fixed one on. But so there should be 1100 coming down that belt, but the throughput monitor only says 1075. So WTF, mate? Unless it's an output issue. So that's going to be really hard to diagnose right this second. Like, it's getting fuel, it's making power, it's getting water, it's making power. It just can't dump its waste. Internet pog. I don't know. It's kind of thinking something like maybe Alchemy Factory or Foundry, or one of the games that isn't as in depth as Satisfactory or Factorio. That would tell me if it's got backup. So we see nuclear right there. Ow! How's that for funky? That was a little weird. Oh, remember, it's a Mark 1 lift. Yeah, because they're such low numbers, I used Mark 1s. But that's still going. There you go. Now number goes down. Merger connector wrong? No, it's just that lift was screwed up. And I did say, half past the hour, I was going to do something. So, let's do something. No, the lift itself is a Mark 1. I mean, I'll drop it to a Mark 6 just to empty it out. I have no idea. Now, bear in mind, that is completely random. And Drake is smacking me with a hydrate. And a stretch. Come on, where's the posture check? Alright, so that is now empty. Yeah, it's this belt. Oh, there's she's smacking me with the posture check. Drake's over like, your tone wasn't right. So I knew you were sitting upright, but you weren't sitting that upright. No matter what, one of the belts would have backed up. Because like I said, these two belts here feed the plutonium pellets. Also bear in mind that this belt here shouldn't have 1100 on it. It should have 1087. It's only running 985 at the moment. That gets that other belt. That other belt's going to be at 1200 for a little while those 300 process through. But who all got the gifted subs? Got Ken Morris received a gift. James Hansen, Holmo 34, Pegsterton. Haven't seen her in a minute, but I don't play Ark anymore. And I am Maca. Oh, there we go. Man, I love having 250 megabit speed. Yeah, I love my gigabit. Because I mean, hell, I had 250, and honestly, the ISP just sucked. We used to literally have streams that would cut out, and we'd have stutter, or we just wouldn't have. It would just completely drop the stream. Alright, so now back over to the actual waste processing. Now bear in mind, I still don't have that hooked up to the grid. So we'll have to go back over there before too long and hook it all up to the grid. One gigabit connection as well. Yeah, it's very, very nice. Very nice. I actually have this set up wrong. This should be like this. Because there is a smart splitter on this belt. Yeah, right there. Because if we go down here, each one of these is taking 62.5 times... Yeah, I mean, honestly, the 250 was plenty for me. But I was able to get gigabit for literally less than I was paying for 250. So it's like, yeah, might as well. Okay, it's times 16 machines. So that's 1,000 even. I'm really thinking about moving that smart splitter down so I've got a little bit more buffer space. Shame I know this is on a weird in height. Okay, it's 5 nudges up, not 6. That's not gonna work. That will. Come on, get out of my inventory. And I got rid of a good chunk of it. That way when we send overflow this way. I hate pipes that were working for 2 days and just stopped working. Yeah, that sounds about right. I really have to download large things since I have a 6 terabyte M2 SSD in my station. Yeah. The drawback is I gotta find something that has some open space for this waste. I don't think that's getting enough silica. We may have bled that on a little. That probably should have came on before that. But this is why we do troubleshooting. If you're using feedback loop, I recommend giving up and doing it without them. Help themselves. Yeah. Fluids in this game are fun. So as I'm flying down here, I'm also trying to keep an eye on the belts. I'm looking for machines that literally don't have anything on the belts. Ooh, somewhere to dispose of waste. Oop, get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Okay. I do know for a fact I will eventually run out of heat sinks to make the plutonium. That will absolutely happen. I know that one. Now, let me check Modeler real quick. I want to see some numbers. So I could store the plutonium cells. The step between this and the assemblers and the manufacturers. I could store those. There's only about 1,200 of those per minute. How high do those stack? And they stack to 200. How about pellets? What do pellets stack to? Pellets stack to 100. I know the broccoli stacks to 500, and there's a lot of that shit. Well, that's looking pretty good. Now, bear in mind, this belt is still running too high. So there's actually too much coming this way for the time being. So it's got to bleed some out. Almost feel like I need a hypertube launcher that literally just fires me between this area here and the reactors. With how often I have to go back and forth between them. Yay, crunch wraps. Tim the kid didn't remember to actually unload the dishwasher. Oh, so much green goop. Yes, the goop must flow. I currently make 7,662 every single minute, and there's a little bit of backup right now. Welcome in, snacks. Oh, I'm on the wrong belt. It's like, why am I not going forwards? 6 or 7 belts run one way, 1 belt runs the other way. Yeah, we definitely do things a little big around here. Looking at the username again, Sork Pleb Snacks. 3.13 minutes. I've done the math. Okay. So belt number 1 is actually down. That's good. We're still not making full power though. Why is that belt not running? None of these belts should ever stop. That belt is correct. That one's supposed to run 1075. 1100, 1100, 1100, 1100, 1100. Sure the hell not 1000. Why are you only running 1000? Which belt is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th belt over. This is what I meant by maybe just make myself a little hypertube cannon that literally fires me between the reactors and the other side, because we're going to be doing a lot of going back and forth today. Or maybe not a cannon, maybe just a maybe just an actual hypertube pipe. With like 5 or 6 boosters on it. Yeah, but you don't like hypertube, Casper. Riding the belts is your idea of a roller coaster, Casper. Find me a guaranteed way to ride a drone, and I'll set up a drone that goes back and forth. Okay, so I'm just gonna throw down throughput monitors on these. Obviously, that one's proven to be a problem. That one's not getting enough silica. Okay, fine. We'll just nudge this one in here. Lock up, over. Thought I had these in the right spots, but I guess not. I kind of got to redo my rocket fuel blenders because the BP uses 12 pipes. I got 10. That one's not for me. Okay, so now that one's coming up. Okay, let's just go down. Are you running? Yeah, you're running pretty good. See if there's any other issues with silica. What are you having? You got 100 on you. Are you going up or are you going down? $107 to 97. It seems like it's pretty damn stable. It's running at 100%. But that really doesn't mean squat. That time I only got a 101. So it does look like it's going down a little bit. Go down to the very end. Let's start at the end and work our way this way, because I have a feeling I moved that one down here, and that could have thrown everything down the chain off. I think you guys know what I mean. Okay, so this is my first one. As long as everything before it seems to be running fine, which it does. We have no backup on the buffer, so that's good. 100% means it's been running for a minute without stopping. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm definitely not a huge fan of that aspect. And I brought it up with like conveyor throughput monitors. It would be nice to be able to adjust how long it takes a sample for before it gives you an average. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one ain't getting enough. That's the one I just moved. I just moved that one. Yeah, that one I'm very well aware of. And it's one, like I said, it's one of the things I don't like about this game. Because I don't really have the patience to sit here for 20, 30 minutes watching this to see if this one slowly bleeds out or not. This one does seem like it's bleeding. And like I said, I just moved that one back a notch. But technically speaking, if I'm never seeing anything on the buffer, it's not in the right spot. That's how I normally view this. Okay. Oh. Let's just go ahead and get rid of this. And we'll come from here and we'll button that up. Okay, that does actually stretch past. Like, I don't need this one. Yeah, see, I want there to be some on this buffer. but I don't want it to back up the buffer, which is why I skip a machine. A, it gives me a longer buffer. B, anytime this machine starts gobbling, it frees up space on that belt to go to the next machine. So now it comes down to, where do I run out of silica here? Because obviously I'm sending a little too much in. Yeah, I think that the idea of you going into that training thing is stupid, because you literally deal with codes on a day-to-day basis. So if you didn't know what the hell you were doing, I'm pretty sure it'd be noticed by now. Yeah, I'm willing to say this number go up. But until that one fills up, then this one doesn't get anything. So I'm going to say more than likely we need to put one here. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Shit. Wasn't supposed to get rid of that. Came off the machine. Okay. Oh, I shall return in a couple hours. Don't want to be too crazy while I'm gone. Yeah. I'm gonna be crazy. Just because she said that. Okay. Hopefully that allows me to process all of my waste. Because obviously I have to be able to use all my silica in order to process all my waste. This entire playthrough is completely and totally perfectly balanced like that. Okay. We're getting a little too much. But that could literally just be back up on the belt. Well, definitely not back up on the belt. But whatever. We're We still got too much coming down this pipe. Walks in a white lab coat, clipboard, and sedative needles to keep itches under control. That sounds about right. Sounds like what's needed. Ba-doop. Oh, yeah, if these weren't running properly, then that wasn't running properly, which means I wasn't consuming all my waste properly, which, yeah, that explains it. This is literally an overflow belt. So basically, anytime this sends some this way, come on. Yeah, anytime it sends that stuff this way, and this lets it in, that belt backs up and sends out the other way. Well, that belt don't seem to be moving all that well. Now, bear in mind, I can turn off the nuke plant. I'm really tempted to try to let that balance out. Just tell me you planned your waste processing to handle significantly more waste than you expect to have. Nope. You know damn well, nerd, I don't have the resources for that. I'd never set it up like that. I gotta live on that razor's edge. I love to live dangerously. Danger is my legal middle name, after all. Austin Danger Powers. I'm showing my age again. That's that. It doesn't actually look like I'm moving unless you look in the background. We take a slow tour. Exactly. What could go wrong? It's not like I don't know how to do math or anything. And Maya's back with a 3-stream streak because she was busy and lost her big streak. Well, the Austin Danger Powers thing is a movie reference. Do. All right, we are running completely maxed out. So there's 14.6 terawatts. And how much am I consuming? About 900,000. About 900 gigawatts. I got a little too much power. No, actually, I need to check something while I was over there. Needed to check something. I know all the reactors are running at the moment. Now, Nerd brought up having setting up so that you can process more than what you can actually make. My general solution for that is a very long and slow process, but I literally just turn off a power plant. Congratulations, that's the biggest number I've ever come across, and you put in a staggering amount of work. Yeah. I started doing the math. Not something I want to do, and it probably will not occur in 2026 if I do decide to do it. But I did start doing the math on the 100 terawatts. Because a lot of people kept asking me if this was some kind of record. So it kind of makes me want to go for broke and go for the record. The problem is, if using the like resource rich or any of that stuff, randomizations, is truly random, it would definitely hurt. So if I were to do that, I'd probably stick with a default map. Maybe go all pure. But because of the pure and simplistic fact that doing this as I have done this, let's go down a list real quick. Now bear in mind, that's not all the power. I still have a little bit more. Because I have to stabilize my fuel production. But we know full well, I have eaten every single drop of nitrogen and oil on the map. Those are gone. We know that one. Uranium, gone. SAM, gone. Sulfur, gone. Bauxite, quartz, gone. Caterium, gone. Copper, mostly gone. Coal, completely gone. Then limestone and iron, I still got some of that left. So theoretically, if I were to try to balance out the game for pure power, I could give up some iron, some limestone, some copper. In exchange for more of any of the other resources. All right. I could take more coal. I could take more caterium, quartz, bauxite, sulfur, SAM, or uranium. I'd take more of any of those. But I wouldn't be willing to give up any of these resources. I mean, potentially I'd be willing to give up almost any one of these resources for more SAM. Because with SAM, I can make more of anything else. That's where it kind of gets sketchy. It's all gone. It is basically all gone. I gobbled the crap out of the resources on this playthrough. And I still have... This is still kind of sort of work not really in progress, because the math is weird on those. We've gone over that a couple times now, but let's go crank up the fuel gens. Yeah, there's 103 sloops on the map. 70 of them go to my power augmenters. The other 33 are all in sand production. I'm working on a save somebody created that's all pure random nodes, but the nodes are all around each other, like all the SAMs in the Rocky Desert. Dune Desert holds almost all the iron nodes. And that's a kind of decent idea, and it makes a little bit of sense because if you think about the actual world, certain ores, certain resources are more likely to be found around each other. We're gonna grab this, and we're going to I'm gonna grab a couple more power shards. So we're just going to turn these all up, see if I can actually hit that 14.7. Because as some of you guys might remember, I put buffer bins on all of these rows a while ago. Last week, I think. So there should actually be some excess rocket fuel. Shit, I gotta go back up to that top row. Let me just go down to the bottom. I'll paste my way up. Check your paste. I think it's wrong. Yeah. One thing I love about fuel gens is the speed in which the motor is doing its animation is dependent upon the overclock. 12 equals 24. What? That's what I was checking for. Now I gotta figure out where my like if you have a fuel gen that's set to 1%, those pistons on the side move really slow. If you set it at 250, they move really, really fast. Well, you're in good company there. Started here to find videos on circle building tips and ended up here. Let me just quit real quick. Bear in mind, what you're seeing here is insanity. This is not required. This was just a challenge run for me. I just wanted to see if I could do this. Kind of easy to make circles. Yeah, circles aren't that bad. Yeah, that's kind of what started this. My last playthrough, I did 2.4 terawatts, and I thought that was a lot. Do I not have? The ones? Ah, there's a green light. Yep, found the green light. It looks like farmland when you're high up. Kinda. Maybe my farm sim is coming back. No, but I did my last playthrough and I did 2.4 terawatts, and I thought that was a lot. Like, I thought that was somewhere around the max, and I was very quickly told, no, that's nowhere near. So back in 1.1, we did a bunch of theory crafting and came up with this 14.7 number. And I've always stated that it's one thing to theory craft a number, a pathway, a factory, anything like that. It's another thing to build it. Need to make a playlist of all my streams and call it beginner tutorials. I'm not that mean, nerd. Just because I'm still a beginner doesn't mean these are tutorials. But are you trying to make like circle foundations, walls, trains? What are you trying to make circles of? While you're here, I'll try to help you as much as I can. I'm not what most people would classify as an aesthetic builder. Ah, son of a bitch. No, I'm a beginner in the fact that I just don't learn. I've got about 2,400 hours in this game. But I've literally only been playing for like 8 months. So in comparison to somebody who started playing this game back in early access years ago, okay. Worst thing is I had more power before I started overclocking all these things. And the question comes down to, am I bleeding power on the nuclear or over here? I'm taking the oil extractors off the west coast, creating a central building for nitro rocket fuel. Give me 900 crude per minute into 864 generators and 216 gigawatts. Is there any reason why you're using the oil off the west coast and not the oil that's in the blue crater? And the only reason I point that out is because literally everything you need for nitro rocket fuel, or even base rocket fuel, is in the blue crater. I kind of always look at the blue crater as literally a rocket fuel power plant because it's everything you need is right there. I think I asked last time I caught your stream, but do you have a factory plan to use anything close to this amount of power? No. No, not at all. There was no reason to do this. I just wanted to see if I could actually build it. The blue crater is currently rubber plastic until it gets redone. I have sulfur coal coming from the west coast with bauxite as aluminum plant there is, and nitric acid is there. Well, if you do the nitro rocket fuel, you don't need the nitric acid, but I'm sure you already know that one. I'm looking for the green light. Probably can't even do anything with it with all the resources used. Yeah, well, I don't have all the resources used. I still have a lot of iron and limestone. So I'll be completely honest. I do still have things, but I don't think you possibly could. Even if like I could somehow transfer all my power in this save to another save, I don't think you actually could consume 14 terawatts. I don't see a green light. Are you guys seeing a green light on this tower? Yeah, that's normal for Drake. He got me with a posture check, a stretch, and there's my hydrate. Oh, that's a quitter's head. Oh, and there's a stretch. Oh, I'm gonna go to the planner right now. Ban the hoverpack. Do it. Go ahead, ban the hoverpack. Johnny! What's going on, brother? Well, nitro gas. So I have a question. In your experience, do you prefer to start building city on the ground or raise it up 10 to 12, 20 meters? Kind of depends on how big something is going to be. If I got to build something monstrously large, I would kind of rather keep it flat. I know there's creators out there who like to take the terrain into account to add a little bit more challenge, but as from a creator's perspective, or when I look at this in a creator's perspective, my goal is that if somebody comes in that doesn't know the game super well, when they look at my factories, they can trace this belt to that, to that, to that, to that. They can follow the belt along, and it clicks. It makes sense. When you look at some people's factories where they start doing all kinds of wall stuff and whatnot, it gets a lot more difficult to try to figure out where this goes to that goes. And I know I've seen it in a couple of creators' videos where they'll start. I gotta try to think of how to phrase this. Obviously, we all know there's a lot of times where you start one part of the process and you follow one branch of that down, and then you come back to the other branch, and by then you may literally not know where the hell that goes. Dang Drake, he won't accept it. Won't accept what? A tall enough tower to fit 800 fuel gens, and you have experience with that. These towers are 780 per. So pretty good guess there. Been lurking since the beginning, but I've been doing stuff around the place. That's fine. Wait, was there a ban hover pack on there? I didn't see. I gotta go to my Twitch chat so I can actually see. I gotta verify. Yep. I gotta ban the hover pack. 5 minutes without the hover pack. Well, if you so chose, let me get away from the noisy ass things. I don't know how loud it is for you guys, but me right next to those things, really loud in my ears. The blueprint for this tower is available in my Discord for free. I don't charge for any of this stuff. Okay, that's fine. Say I started at 226 or 225, so I got till 232 before I can have my hover pack back. Now see, when you guys really decide to screw me, you ban my backpack. Make it into a mega print? Well, I wouldn't have a problem with anybody doing that. I would probably, if I was going to do a mega print for it, I'd probably do it like single level. Like, here's one level. But I don't know. I like building. Obviously, I like building. I think it's kind of apparent. It's kind of one of the appeals in the game for me. And for some reason, just the idea of slapping, like, honestly, building with blueprints is not all that relaxing to me. When I go through and I build something huge by hand, that is relaxing as F for me. Oh, and since I was talking about stuff being available in Discord, there is a new channel in the Discord called Shareables, and that is literally where I'm going to post all my stuff, and if anybody else wants to post anything they want to share as a downloadable, that is somewhere you can do it. Thank you, Johnny. That is coming down from 1200. That should be under 1100 though. 14. Yeah, it's not even the rocket fuel. It's honestly not rocket fuel. It's fuel to turbo fuel. That is where my fluctuation's coming from. Oh, by the way, we want to get that number up a little bit higher. We can get that number up a little bit higher. It's going to really throw that fluctuation into it, though. You should be seeing a panda in the upper left of your screen. If you happen to see that panda, please obey the panda. Smack that like and subscribe button over on the YouTube and the follow button over there on the Twitch. I would immensely appreciate that. And now, you might get bonuses and stuff. I can agree with you on the building thing, though. It's fun for me. Getting to the point in maxing all resources just because, not really focused on power, just in general. Yeah. That was my whole idea. When I got told that, 2.4 terawatts wasn't anywhere near the max, it got my brain going, what is the max? And once I found out roughly what the max could be, it's like, okay, cool. I want to try to build that. Because I don't really think anybody else has tried. And I wouldn't blame them for not trying. And obviously, we all know full well, the biggest content creator in the Satisfactory space is Kibitz. I mean, we all know that one. Whether you love him, you hate him, or you just don't want to watch him, whatever. We know he's the largest content creator in Satisfactory space. And I didn't want to do something similar to what he's done. Because, as a small content creator, I'm just using that for a second to stop myself. I don't want to be looked at as somebody copying somebody else. The 1500 ban doesn't work. It's something I need to remove, or I need to adjust. Yeah, a lot of people like him. I'm just saying, we all know there's going to be people out there who don't. So I'm always going to preface it with, some people aren't going to like him. The highest I've seen so far is 14.7 or 14.67. So we're still about 100 off where I should be. Actually, well over 100 off from where I should be. Because the only reason I'm even that high is because I turned on my freaking geysers. You're looking at Satisfactory Plus, and the mod should be live in 1.2 in a few days. I bet with that mod you can 100% all 14.7 megawatt. I have done Satisfactory Plus, and I do want to do Satisfactory Plus, but I have decided that because I have been playing this game virtually non-stop for 8 months now, I have thrown 2,400 hours into it, and I've been basically primarily doing Satisfactory content for the last 7 months. I'm going to take like a month-long break from this game so I don't burn out. I have a couple other ideas of playthroughs I want to accomplish, and I just don't want to get burnt out in the middle of my next one. Okay, it's been 7 minutes, so hover pack back. Let's go see if I've got any variation in the nuke. I have a new challenge for you. There's a pair of mods for Factorio and Satisfactory that connect them such that there's no mines in Satisfactory and all resources come from Factorio. Well, I've never even played Factorio, so the challenge would literally just be me to go play Factorio. Combine that with Satisfactory Plus and one of the several Factorio makeover mods. I'll be happy when Satisfactory Plus finally actually gets finished. But they're always adding new stuff, so I don't know. It's one of those things like, at some point in time, you need to stop making new stuff so you can focus on getting your base stuff done. Okay, 1075, 1100, 1100, 1100, 1100. Not, okay, that one's not running very good. And 1080, that's running correctly. So we still got some backup on this one. We might have fluctuation here. Yeah, we got fluctuation here. Because this should be running 1,915,500 megawatts. So we all know what you're going to do for a Satisfactory break, play Factorio. The problem is, I want to play Factorio, but I also know Factorio is going to be another multi-thousand-hour game for me. You want to talk about willpower? As big as this power plant is, this was all theory crafted back in 1.1 before we had any of the 1.2 specific stuff. We didn't have all pure nodes. We didn't have reduced resource cost multipliers. Put those two things together. 14 terawatts is nothing. That one wire with 13 terawatts. Yeah, that's one thing. I play a lot of Oxygen Not Included. That's my de-stress game from the stress of building this shit. And one thing I think that Oxygen Not Included definitely got correct is the different gauges of wires. I don't know if anybody else here is an O&I player, but you start with the basic wire. It can run 1,000 watts through it. 1 megawatt. And then you unlock the conductive wire, which is 2. Now there's the conductive insulated, which is 4. There's the heavy watt wire, which is 10. And there's the heavy watt conductive, which is 50. And the 10 and 50 is megawatts. It's all based on watts, but then it jumps to megawatts. There's light bugs. Yes, Amaya loves O&I. I especially like breaking O&I. Yeah, so we definitely have too much waste on this second belt. So we need to figure out why the last, like I said, that is an overflow belt. I'm aware of that. It literally breaks. If we're talking about like the wires on O&I, they just randomly start taking overload damage, and then they will literally break and no power passes through it. And O&I is another game I play lightly modded. Because I don't really play this one modded. Yes, I have a mod installed, but it's literally a sync mod. Yeah, remind me of Maya, and I do need to stream O&I at some point in time, so you can see all the new critters in the aquatic pack, now that there's a new DLC for it. But I already talked about, during August, I'm going to take a break from Satisfactory. I don't want to jump into another game that's going to destroy my freaking life like this one has. Pipe throughput monitor when? Yeah, that'd be nice. But I mean, to a point, I think Satisfactory itself, like Coffee Stain, purposely keeps some things from being too easy, because the game is supposed to be a challenge. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be a game that anybody can pick up and play, but to really master it, you have to, I don't know, get good. Yeah, see, this is the problem belt. So, do I have anywhere that's not taking waste? Is this using... Yes. If there is a resource on the map, it has been tapped. I'm really tempted to just go ahead and turn the nuke plant off, consume all the waste, and then fire it back up. Because obviously we had a little bit of waste build up because of the silica issue. We had a little bit of waste build up because I didn't have the smart splitter on over there set up correctly. So yeah, let's turn off the nuke plant. And we're going to do it via the water. It's the easiest way to turn a nuke plant on and off. Yeah, for anybody not aware, priority power switch is freaking amazing. Does not have to be hooked up to any wires. You see there's no wires. And you can control any other priority power switch. Those have some funky numbers. What do you mean? The blenders? Or are you talking about the ones at the very end? So now, none of the nuke plants are running. All the waste you see is what was either in them or just on the belts. the crude pressurizer thingies? They can. Grand total, if you take every bit of oil off the map, there is exactly 12,600, including the pressurizers, when everything is fully overclocked. What is the process for making nuclear power? Kind of hard to figure out where to start with, but deuterium into quickwire plus uranium, or deuterium into quickwire, quartz into silica. The silica and quickwire plus uranium and sulfur make uranium fuel cells. Then you add those cells to rotors, crystal oscillators, electromagnetic control rods to make uranium fuel rods. Those go to your nuclear power plant. Once they eat those, you get goo, uranium waste. That is added with more silica and the waste to make non-fissile uranium. The non-fissile uranium is added with more uranium waste to make plutonium pellets. Those are added to concrete to make plutonium cells, and those plutonium cells are added to heat sinks, more electromagnetic control rods, and steel beams to make plutonium fuel rods. Those, for me, are getting sunk. What did the power drop down to without nuclear? Should be about 8.6, 8.7. I've got 2.8 terawatts just from rocket fuel, 41 and some change gigawatts from coal, and then 1.9 from nuke. So yeah, we're starting to bleed out on the waste. That's fine. But I need your best idea for that, Godfather. Satisfactory Modeler. It is a free app on both Steam and itch.io, and it is amazing. I'll show you. I'll kind of throw together a nuke plant for you real quick. No, we were talking about this the other day about outpost. Okay, say you want uranium nuclear fuel plant. And you want to make, if you're going to do this off a base map, you're going to have, what is it, 50.4? And infused. That is all the uranium on a base map. No all pure blah, blah, blah. Cheap silica. Quickwire gets fused quickwire. Electromagnetic control rods, use the connection rod rest. Yeah, that's fine. No, that's not the one I'm using. I'm using this one. The steel rotor. The steel rotor and stators require the exact same inputs. But I'm just throwing this together real quick. This is why I'm saying Satisfactory Modeler is such an overpowered tool. And then obviously you follow that back however you want. Shit lost me. Yeah. I think I've been told I should do a short video on how to use Modeler, even though I'm not fantastic at it. But it can be a very, very, very powerful tool. And like this entire playthrough was first designed in Modeler. I'm just waiting for this last bit of waste to burn out. know, I mean, I am definitely not a role model in any way, shape, or form when it comes to this game. I really feel like using interactive maps and guides is cheating on my first play. Yeah, to a point. I mean, to a point, the interactive maps, knowing I have to go this direction to find that sulfur. That's kind of nice. And the uranium cave. That's kind of a pain in the butt to find it without knowing where it is. One thing I hate, one thing I really don't like is when you're trying to find hard drives. Yeah, you got the little scanner thing, but by the time that thing actually triggers, you can see the damn hard drive. It's great for finding sloops and slugs and mercer-spheres, all that crap. But hard drives, with the fact they've got that smoke signal, I can see that smoke signal before my freaking handheld thing even triggers. And yes, the radar towers are nice because they'll literally show you what can still be found in this area. But all it tells you is that somewhere in this circle there's a hard drive. I think it would be kind of cool if you had the little handheld thing. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head. And you went up to a radar tower, you could plug it in and you get like a longer range scan. I see crash sites halfway across the map. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So the handheld thing that you're supposed to use to find the hard drive sites is kind of useless. In my somewhat humble opinion. I would say we're out of waste. You guys agree with this statement? I flew around with cable and hover packing, used interactive map to fly over the crash sites. Yeah. My thing is I normally get the power tower with platform. I set one of those down and I put the next one out as far as I can. Basically, I hover pack to the absolute edge of before it drops. You know, we all know you can only go so far away from a power grid before the hover pack just drops you. So I fly out to kind of here, and I put my next one down, and then I zip line between them. And that's how I explore the map. Yeah, we are out of waste. I'm going to go ahead and turn this one back on. That's the one that's not actually on. That'll give me a little bit of waste, but I don't care. And then we will turn, I'll put down another priority power switch. Yeah, the only mod I use, and it's only for this playthrough, is literally this small awesome sink mod. And that's just so I had a fluid sink. So when I was testing my dozens upon dozens of like nitrogen pipes, I could test to make sure if they were working or not. I used the mini power poles my first playthrough, and then I discovered the joys of the power tower. Power tower is nice because you've got that platform that you can kind of use as a it's cover. You can use it as a shield between you and wildlife. Because I always play in aggressive mode, so wildlife wants to eat me. Obviously, I would like it if wildlife did not eat me, but I don't think it's really I could see turning on passive mode in the middle of a big ass build like this if I was building somewhere that I had creatures that wanted to kill me. But most of the time, the creatures that want to kill you is kind of, it feels more natural to me. Like if you went to the African Sahara, or not Savannah, African Savannah, and you decided you wanted to put up a big ass factory, yeah, you'd have to deal with local wildlife. The waste is coming. The goo! The goo is coming! Oh, fear the goo. And it's like, I have no idea. There's 7 total belts of waste. It's 7,662 waste per minute. With everything running 100%. That's 14.7. So I can honestly say I have hit 14.7 terawatts. I'm going to make a 7 to 7 balancer? Why? Most of the belts are already balanced. Almost every one of these belts is exactly 1100. Because yes, and balancers look cool. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, honestly, I have a blueprint that's not mine. I did not make this at all. I might not have it on here. Oh no, it's right here. This is a 4-to-4 balancer. I did have to go in and I had to upgrade it to Mark 6 belts. And I will say this thing looks cool. Yes, there is a lot of clipping in this thing. Each one of these splitters has a belt. If I can get the right spot. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of clipping. But I will say that one looks cool. The goal is that this stays running. I guess that's something I could have done with this, is ran like a 2-to-2 balancer with smart splitters, so that, you know, these both filled up and then literally any excess went over there that way, which is kind of what I did, but I could have done it with balancers instead. Because this belt here has 1,087 on it. I only need 1,000 per minute for that chain, for that belt line, that production line, whatever you want to call it. So that extra 87 per minute is supposed to come down here, take priority here, feed onto this, and then whatever this one does not eat That one backs up and comes out that last belt on the odd belt over here. Loving this graphical glitch right here. Yeah, that should be 1087. Because there's 43 reactors that are running at 250 producing 25 per, and there's one that's running at 120 producing 12. So that should be 1087. But all those machines have to fill up to 500 before anything comes this way. Yeah, there's going to be graphical glitches like that I can't do anything about. I can still complain about them. Or just point them out. It's not even really me complaining about them. That was full. Oh, yeah. We got 16 people watching over there on the Twitch, and 11 over here on the YouTubes. Hello, everybody. Start a poll. There we go. Throw out a quick poll because we all know how much I like putting using polls on YouTube. Yeah, so until all these machines actually fill up. Why are you running yellow? Okay, it's just a wait. Kind of the worst part about this whole thing is just literally waiting for everything to fill up. Do 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 do. Sorry, I'm checking a couple things real quick. We'll be back in game in just a minute, just waiting for things to fill up. hope is that that belt doesn't actually back up. It's kind of my hope. Now, I do need to figure out why in the world my fuel is backing up. And how to get that fixed. Because, like, to a point, I am still having a little bit of issue with the turbo fuel not flowing correctly over to the blenders for the rocket fuel. I'm not really having any issues with the rocket fuel going to the fuel gens. But the major one I'm having is literally just the fuel into the turbo fuel. That one's proven to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. And to a point, I'd really rather not redo all my pipes. There's a lot of pipes for the fuel. The last two machines are slowly filling up. The problem is that word slowly. I have made a vote. Awesome. What did you vote, Wattage? What'd you vote for? Actually, I guess you're the only vote, so it's pretty easy to tell. The same damn thing. The condensing. To a point, I need to start cracking on those because that's a lot harder to edit. Editing straight videos is easy in comparison to those because I don't have to try to compress 7, 8 plus hours of content down into like half an hour, 45-minute videos. Those are a little bit of a challenge. Not to mention, they take forever. And I guess that's definitely something I could be doing. I could be working on during my month-long hiatus of live streaming this game. I'm going to keep streaming during that month to 6-week break, but it just won't be Satisfactory. Give me a little breathing room from this game so I don't completely burn out. And I know there's going to be people disappointed in that news, but I also don't think you guys want me to burn out on it. because I think a lot of you guys have seen some content creator, whatever game it is, but you can tell when they burnt out on a game, and that passion for playing that game that they're known for, or that you enjoy watching them for, isn't there anymore. I quite frankly do not understand how some of these creators play the same game for 10 plus freaking years. I mean, it's one thing to play a game, and anybody who isn't a content creator may not understand this one, but it's one thing to play a game that you enjoy just because you enjoy it. But it's another thing when it becomes a job, when you're making money off of it, or you're playing it more for someone else than just for yourself. That one kind of sucks. Welcome back, Fitz. I need to see if this one's actually filling up. Yeah, that one's definitely filling up. We're just waiting for it to completely fill that one and start putting more into there. But I'm also here. And Johnny's got the right train of thought there. Is like, there's a lot of things that suck in life that you could complain about, but just the idea of complaining about them isn't going to fix anything. There's no point in just wallowing in your own complaints. Either get up and do something about it, or realize you can't control it and deal with the problems. What, YouTube is very delayed? Yeah, YouTube is always delayed. There's always like a multiple second delay, and that's just YouTube. That's one of the reasons why I will normally tell people, to interact with a creator, it's a little bit better to do it on Twitch, because you're hearing me about a second after I say something. YouTube, it's multiple seconds. Even the last piece is in place and one mistake has been fixed until I find more. I fix that for you. It's not unless I find more, it's until I find more. We both know there's going to be more mistakes. I'm not going to let you get away with sugarcoating that shit. You wouldn't let me get away with it. I also noticed we are exactly 5 followers away from 200 over there on the Twitch. So if you haven't already, please remember to smack that follow button. This almost instant. Yeah, it's pretty close. Because anyone who's actually been here at the very, very, very beginning of stream, like when I first go live, I always do that dong, dong, dong thing. That's not for the stream. That's me doing an audio test. That's me making sure my audio is going through to both platforms. And you watch a lot of streamers, you'll sometimes notice they do something weird at the very beginning of stream, and it's an obvious audio test when you know what it is. Okay, so not getting enough down to these two yet, but that's fine. This is another system built into a system, built into a system, built into a system. I have all the waste coming through, but since waste stacks to 500, it's got to stack up pretty substantially because I use smart splitters and all this stuff to make sure that everything is running correctly and I can splice on before I run out. Well, they got to fill up. It's also why doing it with quick wire is such a pain in the ass. Because technically speaking, there's supposed to be a little bit of uranium waste coming down this belt right here between this machine and this machine. But until this machine actually fills all the way up to 500, nothing's going to keep going down. And same here. Nice thing is the uranium waste is very glow in the dark. Because you gotta admit, that this kind of looks cool in the swamp in the middle of the night. I managed to capture an alien vibe in the final build. I saw the pictures in Discord, Corpy. Those looked pretty cool. Definitely a hell of a lot better than, you know, my just sprawling mass of buildings. Maybe in my my next playthrough, I'll try to be a little more aesthetic. Because my next one, I'm not going super overboard like this. That's one of the things. The next playthrough of Satisfactory is going to be the ultra hard mode, and therefore we need to set rules. Like, what am I allowed to do? What am I not allowed to do? What will be the goal? Is it just going to be to complete the space elevator at 100x parts? Because that's not really that difficult. It's just very time consuming. I will say, trying to get a terawatt of power at, what is it, a 5-time recipe cost multiplier? Is that what the maximum is? Is it 5 or is it 20? And add stuff like at phase 5, you can only start using. Well, like I said, I mean, the biggest problem with that playthrough is literally just going to be, it's going to be time consuming. Can we what? In the coming streams, we'll start setting rules for it. At some point, I'll make a showcase video featuring specifically on my own creation. What else would you showcase on it? Well, honestly, I don't think I'd even do nuclear power in the ultra hard. I don't know. I'd have to see if it's even if it's power positive. Because that's the biggest thing. When you start multiplying both power consumption and the recipe cost multipliers, you're going to run into power production that's literally not power positive. Like, it's going to consume more power to make this than it is going to yield after you make this. Unless you do a lot of underclocking. Like that in and of itself could be a rule. No underclocking. Or no underclocking below 75%. Just the sheer simplistic idea that I'm not really going to be able to overclock everything like I'm used to is going to be kind of a challenge, because I like my overclock. Look at all those blue lights. I see you. I see you, you bastard. I see you. I see you. And I see you winking at me way over there. Why would you do that? What do you mean, why would I do that? Underclocking is OP, and that's kind of the point. When I do these runs and stuff, it's a challenge run. It's not that much of a challenge if I just say, okay, well, I've got a massively higher resource cost multiplier and power consumption multiplier, so I'm just going to build a crap ton of these and underclock them all to 5%. Instead of building one machine, I'll build 20 and underclock them all at 5% and save a crap ton of power. It kind of takes a little bit of that challenge out of it, short of, because I've already kind of proven that I can fit a crap ton of machines wherever the hell I want. It does become, I mean, honestly, you want to hear a really scary challenge, and I don't know if I even want to say this because I know the sadists in my chats are going to love this one. No handcrafting. But it's balanced because it takes a lot of resources. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, see, I was talking about sadists in my chat, and Johnny's ears perk up. I know how this works. Because honestly, if you're doing like a super difficult run, yeah, you could just sit in there for an hour handcrafting everything. I would definitely turn my headset off, or at least the speakers aspect of it, because that tink, 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 I have heard enough of that stupid tink, tink, tink shit to last me the rest of my freaking life. I don't know about anyone else, but that tink, tink, tink of the handcraft station, oh God, that gets under my skin. And if it has not gotten under your skin, I suggest you look into Satisfactory Plus, because it will. Oh God, will it get under your skin? What about awesome shop parts? Are you talking about like being able to buy? Give me a second. You're talking about like this entire section? What is Satisfactory Plus? Satisfactory Plus is a mod for Satisfactory that makes Satisfactory a hell of a lot harder. You get a lot of new parts, new trees. Yeah, this has always been banned for me. I have never used this. Okay, I take it back. I think I've used it like once or twice. So yeah, this would definitely be banned. Unless I found a mod that like multiplied the ticket cost. I didn't care. You aren't doing it now. It's still banned. Exactly. I mean, I can see it being useful, but again, I have fell out of love with so many games because they get to the point where I can do this and it becomes too easy. I'm one of those weird players who actually I want that challenge. I play video games to be mentally stimulated, and once that mental stimulation isn't there, the game loses a lot of its appeal for me. Plus, like I said earlier, I have a lot of sadists in my chat. They, for some reason, enjoy my pain and suffering. So, if I played a game and there was no pain and suffering, they would complain. But yeah, the Slothnik, Satisfactory Plus, you don't have iron ore. You have somebody help me here. It's a different ore that you have to run through like a crusher, and it gives you your iron ore plus one or two byproducts. And one of those byproducts you don't really use a lot. So every step you go through, you have to find ways to deal with this byproduct or that byproduct. I don't think it's out for 1.2 just yet. Plus, it incorporates a lot of other mods into it, like farming, legitimate farming, slug farming. You can make steam power. Kibitz did a video on it years ago, but it has evolved so much since then. It's definitely worth checking out, especially if you find base game kind of easy. That's why I always do like absolutely ridiculous things. And once Satisfactory Plus comes back to 1.2, I'll at least be checking it out some. I don't know if I'll be doing it in the midst of my ultra hard playthrough, or if I'll save Plus for after that. But I know there's a fair amount of people who want to see me do Plus again. And hopefully get farther than I did last time. Because I played Plus for about a week right before 1.2 came out. Because I had finished my 1.1 playthrough. There really wasn't anything left to do on it. So it was like, okay, cool. Well, we're waiting for 1.2. Well, what do we do until then? Using gravity for pipes is so nice. Yeah, that's how I got my fuel set up. Reverse head pressure. Okay, so that line is finally about filled up. So a little bit more will start going that way. Once these four are running at 100%, then all of that line will be running at 100%. But now I gotta wait for this goddamn line to fill all the way up. I think, and somebody can remind me on this tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to start going through. We'll start doing polls for what the game in between this playthrough and the next Satisfactory playthrough will be. Cappy! What's happening in this stream? We're trying to see if my nuclear power plant will stay online. I.e., can I get all the waste disposal running correctly so I don't let my power plants melt down? Why are you yellow there, young man? What's wrong with you? Sulfuric. Huh. Why are we having a problem with sulfuric? Okay, let's go check out sulfuric. And Casper's home. Hello, Casper. Welcome back. That was the biggest waste of my time. I literally just stood off to the side and the nurse in charge signed it. Yeah, but that's what you do during a... This one's only running 95%. But I don't know if this is running 95%. Yeah, 98%. Now the problem is, like, a lot of these could have been running a little bit low because, oh yeah, these can go away. While those were filling up. I do too. It'd be nice to have at least one of my power grids actually running properly. Kind of a stupid ass idea, but you know, it's par for the course for me. How big are these? God, you're a big boy. Yeah, I guess we'll use a smaller boy. Oh, big ass thing. Are your tanks in line? Looks like it. Yeah, that's my idea right there. God damn it, I hate when it does that crap. And you gotta admit, that looks kind of sexy. Or else would look sexy. What all have you missed? Not a whole lot. I turned off the power and then turned it back on. I basically turned it off to clear all the nuclear waste out of the lines, out of the belts. God, that's freaking yellow. Oh yeah, I should probably turn those off. Yeah. That should let all these run at 100%. Should. Hopefully. Fingers effing crossed. But now we gotta let all these fill back up on Superior. So, yet again, I'm gonna flip off the nuclear because obviously, as we're waiting for that to fill up, we're not going to be processing all the waste, which means the waste is going to back up. That's most of what today's stream is going to be, is probably a lot of me turning the nuclear power plants on and off. Go, baby, go! Alright. So, eventually this will bleed out. Okay, if you look at that first belt, it was only running like 9 something. It should be running at 1100. And as you see, from time to time, the barrels stop. These belts should never stop. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. If they're stopping, that means we got a freaking problem. Yeah, it's working. Not really. $195 hours in, and everything is ready except for the space elevator. And this time I'm not really fussed about them. I'll either idle in game to let them finish, or I won't. Yeah, I can see that. I still like the idea. Once you complete for anybody who hasn't beaten the game yet, who hasn't completed the space elevator, you make a spaceship. Sorry, spoilers. I would like the idea after I finish phase 5 that I could redo, like build the spaceship again. Like start from phase 3, which is generally where it starts building the spaceship, and build multiple spaceships, because if one saves the day, well, hell, let's make 7 and save the week. Let's make 31 and save the month. Let's make 365 and save the fucking year. I think that's how math works. Okay, so now I'm going to let these fill up on sulfuric. I swear to God, the first time I beat this game, the very first time, when the ship comes out and it sends like all those like missile-looking things out to open the wormhole, I freaking was so dead set that Ada was launching an attack on me. That those were like missiles that she was shooting at me to kill me. And then I was about to get into a friggin' defense game against Ada, which would be fucking cool. I don't know about you guys, but that'd be fucking cool. I want to play like tower defense against Ada in her goddamn spaceship. Oh, hell yes, let's save a millennium. Exactly. Anything to kick Ada's ass. Not quite getting enough sulfuric up here. Because honestly, if I could build the ship over and over, the first thing that would go through my head is how fast can I make a ship? How many ships per hour can I make? How many minutes is it going to take for me to make a ship? I'm going to put like everything I can into making as many space elevator parts as I possibly can. So I'm really wondering if I need to set up a loop on this. Maybe achievements for launching multiple ships. Yeah. I would like to see a little bit more post-game content. Short of whatever insanity I can come up with, like, you know, let's make 14 terawatts of freaking power. You know, that's all fine and dandy. No. Yeah. Well, one of the other things, or give me a more difficult space elevator. I don't just want more parts. Like, I don't want these same parts, just more of them. Because all that's really going to do is, it just stretches the game out. I'm in phase 5 right now, and I'm trying to figure out what to do once I save the day. Yeah. Now, this is my third playthrough. And honestly, if it wasn't for the idea of, like, you know, giant freaking power plant, I don't know what I would do with this. And obviously, fourth playthrough, we're going to do ultra hard mode. And then we're probably going to be in Satisfactory Plus, and I'll start doing modded Satisfactory. Because, like, I want to do Satisfactory Plus. There's a Skyblock mod that I kind of want to try. Because imagine Satisfactory with no resources at all. Well, 100x space elevator parts, you're still making the same parts. You just have to make more of them. To me, for me, all that does is, okay, now it's just going to take longer. It's not upping the difficulty, it's just upping the amount of time that it's going to take. Which, I mean, when we did the community server, I definitely understand the idea of running more space elevator parts, because when you've got multiple people working, how the hell do I have screws in my inventory? When you got multiple people working on a space elevator, it doesn't take that long. Hell, it didn't take me that long to do it by myself. I think I had it beat in a week. Maybe a DLC where you get another planet. Yeah. I brought up this idea, and it's definitely not satisfactory. But imagine you had to build a factory like this, but it was literally to terraform planets. Think Satisfactory meets Planet Crafter. And a cool thing in that would be, not only are your machines and stuff affecting the terraformation of the planet, they're affecting the pollution and stuff of the planet. So you've got to basically balance. And this is not like to get all eco-warrior friendly or anything like that. But obviously, you can imagine running 250 coal-powered generators. They're going to be kind of stinky. Running 300 nuclear power plants might not be all that good for the environment. literally have the ability that not only can you turn a barren rock into a lush, basically go from Mars to what Massage ABV to whatever is when you land, but you can also tip the scale and send it right back into the brink of wasteland. I think that'd be a cool game. Because like I played a couple terraformation games, and they're always like, okay, well, you're gonna go from a barren, inhospitable planet to a lush, green, blah blah blah, teeming with life and environments, and yeah. But I also want the ability that if I screw up, I can send it right back, screeching right back into an ice age or a desolate wasteland. Yeah, in this game, Fix-It quite literally does not care about the planet at all. Which they never really say why we have to save the day. What's wrong with Earth? Now, there is a bit of lore. If you go to Fixonium, Fixonium fuel rod used as fuel for nuclear power plants. The power source that put Fix-It on the map. Literally, the crater is still there. Fixonium. Usage and production of this material strictly prohibited on Earth. That is, there are no rules in space, only efficiency. So it kind of goes to say that Fix-It made Fixonium on Earth. It blew up, left a big ass crater. All right, I don't know if anybody knew about that one. That little bit of lore in the game. Now we're waiting for the waste to start coming back. And we'll see if I've got my sulfuric running correctly, or if I'm going to have to put a loop in. But yeah, we don't know why we have to save the day. We don't know if Fix-It destroyed the Earth, if the Earth is inhospitable, or anything like that. Because you would kind of figure if the Earth was just inhospitable, I mean, Massage ABV 2 here sure the hell seems to be hospitable. It seems to be habitable. I don't know what about the rest of the world. Like, I don't know about over there, or over there, or over there, or, you know, any of these other land masses that are around me. But at least where I am seems to be all freaking happy-go-lucky. Why it isn't save the day just to send the ship back to Earth, grab a bunch of freaking survivors, and bring them here? Which would kind of say, you know, let's not screw up this planet like we screwed up Earth. That's assuming that's why. Because it's not like we're just dumping a bunch of resources into that ship for them to send the resources back to Earth, because I don't know, maybe they strip mine the Earth. I did read a fan theory that humanity is wiped out, completely gone. You are a clone. Your pioneer is a clone. That's why you have to send AI biochemical sculptors. And Ada's just stuck in this loop where you save the day. She sends that ship to another system, prints out a bunch of duplicates with the biochemical sculptors, send them all down to the planet for them all to save the day again. Just to be stuck in this like infinite loop of saving the day. But the character walks around wearing a helmet the whole time, so is the environment actually habitable after all? I mean, that's a good point. They never say if this is that actually, do you think that's actually air you're breathing? The Matrix joke. I did realize the other day, like literally the last 4 games I played, all involves like being stranded on some like alien planet and having to do something to it. The character in this game is an enhanced version of a human who destroy themselves, but even this version needs nourishment in a way. Yeah, and it could literally just be that, you know, as a clone, we're able to somehow generate calories just from some element in the air. Like our helmet itself is consuming floating carbon molecules in the air, converting them to calories and dumping them into our system. Less deep lore talk, more efficiency. I'm working on the damn efficiency. Look, efficiency, waste, nukes. Go. Welcome in, Henry. We were talking earlier, or somebody was saying earlier in chat about feedback loops. And I think one of my problems is this is literally a 600 pipe of sulfuric acid. Now, I'm not a big fan of 600 pipes. But the problem is, I have exactly enough sulfur to make this sulfuric acid, and there ain't nothing left. And I can't make no more because there's no SAM left. I am out of resources. So somehow I have to make sure this 600 pipe actually flows correctly. I easily could make 300 pipes, but I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm still sitting around 14.7. There's 14.7. Part of the fluctuation you see right now is because I have all my geysers turned on. I'm not actually producing the amount of power I should be producing. As I pointed out just a little while ago, there will be problems in my turbo fuel. Not a whole lot of problems, but there'll be problems. There's a problem right there. Right there, we got problems. We don't pay attention to those. Those aren't hooked up. No, part of the rule was I was going to be stable at my 14.757. This is literally a giant learning course for me, because a lot of people have said, okay, you have problems with the turbo fuel, just make more. Well, as you know, I can't make more. There's no more oil on the map. You can't make more oil. I'm producing like 15 gigawatts, not 14 terawatts. Yeah, not everybody has to go as big as I do. But I think there's always that idea that if you don't go to the absolute edge of what's possible, you can always just make more. And it kind of becomes a crutch where you don't have to learn how to make things actually work properly because you can just make more. I am trying to learn how to make things properly, so when I do a video on this or that or blah, 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 I know not only am I speaking facts because it's what makes sense, and it's the general consensus, but it's worked on a really big scale. It's like anyone who's done any type of engineering or whatnot knows, you can have this slight variation that normally works, but when you magnify it, all of a sudden that really slight variation suddenly starts becoming really, really apparent, and it doesn't just work. That's kind of what I'm going for here. And with one system built on another system built on another system, ad infinitum, ad nausea. I know that's not how it's actually said, it's just how I say it. It definitely exemplifies the fact that not only does this stuff have to run, it has to run perfectly. It also goes to show that, sometimes there's just bad math in the coding. Like, for some reason, there's bad math with those alien power augmenters over there. I swear to God. Because I know for a fact I am making 35.004 per minute. I have it slightly boosted to the fact I'm actually slowly consuming the power shards that I have extra. Yes, I have extra power shards. I'm fully aware of that. Every alien power augmenter is supposed to take 5, not 5.0000001 or anything like that. 5 even. 5 times 7 is 35. I don't need to be Albert freaking Einstein to know 5 times 7 is 35. So how is it that I'm making 35.004 confirmed with outside tools, but I'm losing some when I'm only supposed to be consuming 35. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Something ain't adding up there. I just want to be able to say that, like, if I make a video on how to properly balance a large fuel generation system, I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I have data to back it up. One thing that annoys me about factories is belts that are stopped, like sink or store the extra. To a point, I can get that. I like to have a little bit of gap in my belt, but I don't like seeing like this. And if it's input belts, I'm perfectly happy seeing them completely backed up. Because if I see a gap on this side, it's like, why is there a gap? I want to see a gap here, but I don't want to see a gap here. And this is completely normal. If you've never done uranium fuel rods before, these things suck down 100 per. So you're going to have a belt that's empty at some point in time, unless you're overproducing. And I literally can't overproduce. This is kind of the entire point of this rant. Alright, so that's going to have to run for a little while. Yet again, all this has to fill up, and then we have to see if the sulfuric is going to flow correctly, or, like I said, somebody earlier was talking about feedback loops on liquids, and I'm not 100% sure what they were talking about. My idea with this is literally just to have extra, so that there's that little bit of buffer space. All these should be full because I'm not actually consuming all of it at once. And yes, I purposely left that plant. Unfortunately, my turbo fuel is a giant game of whack-a-mole. I was saying earlier about how we don't talk about these refineries because they're not actually hooked up. These became some weird numbers because I ran into spacing issues with this big friggin' rock here. So I've got 2 pipes that behave very weirdly. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's like 9, and there's like 11, or another 9, whatever. There's 25 split between 3 rows, and I couldn't do a loop very well to keep them fueled. And by a loop, I literally just mean pipe comes in, goes into that line, and goes into this line, and then loops around, feeds that way. But I'll bet you money those ones that were showing yellow, basically any ones that are showing yellow, is probably just not getting fuel. Well, that's actually backed up on turbo fuel. So that one really boggles my mind. I don't know why I'm having backups on turbo fuel. This pipe is only 480. I even have a pump down here to set direction and to add a little bit to negate even the remote possibility that head lift could be playing a factor. Do I ever think they're going to add Mark 7 belts or Mark 3 pipes? I highly doubt it. I really do not think those will ever happen because, like I've said multiple times, I honestly think that Coffee Stain wants the game to be challenging. Like, I got 3 refineries here that are backed up on turbo fuel. I'm going to trace this pipe. And see if... Oh, I swear to God, if it's nitric again, I'm going to be pissed. But if it's nitric again, I have a freaking solution for that. It's going to be a stupidly horrible, ugly freaking solution. But I might have a solution for that. Which pipe was that? It's the 3rd one down, right? And I have a feeling today and tomorrow's stream is basically going to be a lot of troubleshooting. Trying to get everything up to running at max rates. So that is 3rd one down. So not the top one, not the one below that, but the one below that. And if it's nitrogen, like I said, I got an idea. It's going to be a stupid as hell idea. But I mean, honestly, do you guys really expect anything else from me? third pipe down is right here. So that has now become, that is this pipe. That is the second one down on this route. It's just a little bit radioactive here. It's not a problem. Little radiation never hurt anybody, right? A little bit of radiation is good for you. That's this pipe that feeds into this line. Why, oh why are you yellow? Why do you have a shit ton of rocket fuel in here? That's a whole different kettle of fish. What? Why are we backed up on rocket fuel? Alright, well now we gotta do it the other way around. Now we gotta trace a damn rocket fuel line. That's always fun. That is one of the biggest pain in the asses. Because I did set all my generators to full burn. For anybody curious, I have about 800 kilometers of pipe work. Huh. Well, that's friggin' funky. I got sloshing here. A little radiation is good for you. Hey, it's not. It's not actually untrue. It's only partially a lie. Okay, this is where it gets to be fun. Okay. So one of these rows, I'm just going to disconnect this pipe. It may seem really stupid, but I promise it will make sense. So whatever pipe that is should actually suck itself dry. So it's next floor up. Yeah, it's this one. What's going on, Beans? Okay. The whole damn rope. I ain't got no. Oh! That might explain it. Honey, I found the problem. The problem is I'm a friggin' dumbass. That explains that one. It wasn't. It was backing up because there was literally an entire pipe that wasn't freaking taking anything. Alright. Well, I figured out that problem. That's about. So that was 6,000 times 3.1. That was 1,800 friggin' megawatts. That definitely explains why we were backing up on turbo fuel in that pipe. Let me check something real quick. I just want to check something. I'll be back in game in just a second. Yeah, that's not that horrible. What's the problem we're troubleshooting right now? Why my power is not stable. Why do I have to play a major game of whack-a-mole when it comes to my turbo fuel? Like, this is a different... The heck? Ow. That one actually makes sense. Kinda. So I've got one... every single pipe of turbo fuel feeds 4 blenders. Each blender eats 120. These pipes are all supposed to be set to 480. There's like one extra blender down there at the very, very, very end, and I can't move it because it screws with the rocket fuel pipes. So I literally have a pipe that goes all the way down there. You know, I'm gonna put a valve on this. I hate valves with a passion. But I think a good chunk of my problem here is literally just sloshing. If I can fill this pipe and every pipe down line from this, then everything else should go down this and feed over to those 3. Put one before and after the T-junction. Nah, I don't think I need one before. I just need this pipe to fill up so that literally it acts as more of a diverter than anything else, so that this should actually have more like 360 running through it, not 300. If anything, I would like to have one. come here, you. About there. I know you can't see that, but. Anyways, I gotta go. See you next stream or next Satisfactory stream. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll still be like I said, I'll probably be troubleshooting this for another day or two. Hopefully only a day or two. And then no, it's facing the right way. Yeah. The gauge goes the direction you want it facing. Now, gauge you've got the valve and then you got the gauge. The gauge is supposed to be on the side it's what you want it pointing at. Will these start filling up? Yeah, one way to trick this. If it can't output, then it has no choice but to fill up. And so far, it looks like most people want a new episode for the guided playthrough. It's kind of surprising. Now, for the people who voted for new guided playthrough, do you want a new guided playthrough starting at the very beginning? Or just a new episode of my guided playthrough that I already started? That end lies the question. Fortunately, I can't change the pole once it's up. Yeah. I'm just gonna go down this real quick. And we're going to look for yellow lights as I'm going. Unfortunately, like anything else in my playthrough, there's a lot of these. And like it was said earlier, even if I were to go through and check each one of these individually, all it tells me all 100% tells me is that it ran uninterrupted for 1 minute. It does not necessarily mean that, you know, every minute and a half it doesn't have a hiccup and then runs for a straight minute. Okay. Got a rocket fuel backup here. 73% of the time. So we got another pipe we gotta trace. Yay! Shit. I think it's the very bottom one on this row. Yeah, it's the very bottom one on this row. Somebody remember that for me, because I'm gonna forget again. That's why I just had to go back. Question: since the calculator can only load a save of limited size, what would you prefer to look for a larger save? Just a map view of the calculator's map, or also the ability to edit? I myself, I don't edit my files at all. We were talking, somebody else was in here earlier talking about how like mods and stuff could be viewed as cheating, and I definitely agree with that. Now, there's obviously been some times I have had to edit my files, like, you know, stupid freaking doggos deciding they want to live underneath the map. It's the third one, all the way down the bottom. That stays the third one. What the fuck is this bullshit? I think I lost my pipe again. Yeah, it's this row here. It's the third one to the right, all the way down to the bottom. So that stays. But again, that's just my personal preference. I mean, having one of the biggest problems I have with the Skim, the actual Satisfactory Calculators website, is how to phrase this. It tries to load so much at once that it kind of gets broken. We're gonna do the same thing. That should be. Okay, so we see that one bleeding out. That is. That one is bleeding out. One of the problems with this twist I put in, it looks cool. But it makes trying to track a pipe a lot more challenging. It's not that one. Might be, I think it's this one. So it's the next floor. Yeah. Okay. So why are you being a pain in the ass? Okay, that's why. Same reason. So that's another 1860. So that's another 3,000 megawatts or 3 gigawatts. So I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be back momentarily. Is this blueprint or just manual labor? Yes, it's still with the geyser. These are blueprints. I did use a lot of blueprints, but I did a lot of this by manual labor too. Unfortunately, at this scale, even blueprints don't really save you a whole hell of a lot of time. I'm gonna fly up this tower and I'm gonna try to peek for. I think I'm just gonna go row by row and look for red lights. Yes, it's fine, man. As long as I know what you're trying to say, that's all that matters. I got enough people who are horrible at spelling that I've gotten used to it. My own kids suck at spelling. But because I've already found 2 issues on this tower, we're just gonna go down each level. But these giant power towers are 100% blueprint. Doesn't mean it didn't take me like a couple days to build these. After today's, well, that's a good idea because this will be everything actually set up to run. Sorry, I was okay. You can. A good chunk of this has been done with blueprints, but not all of it. And at this scale, even blueprints take forever to do. These towers are purely blueprints. That's a blueprint, that's a blueprint, that's a blueprint. Blueprint, blueprint. The only thing that's not is the pipes in the center. And the only reason I did the pipes like that is I think it looks cool. I like that little twist. Makes tracing the pipes a pain in the ass, though. Yeah, not a problem. And if you like the blueprints, if you like any of the blueprints that are here, just worst case, let me know and I'll upload them to my Discord. The power tower is already uploaded. Okay, so the only yellow lights I saw on the blenders were literally that one row. Let's go ahead and turn the geysers back off and see what my power's like without them. Though it's still 14.7. I mean, 14.72, not the 5 I promised. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's one of the reasons why I don't normally just upload all my stuff to I don't normally share my blueprints. My thing is, when I was learning how to do a lot of this stuff, I would sometimes download a blueprint and kind of use it as a study manual. I would look at the blueprint and try to figure out how it was working. Yeah, and I'm not the most creative player. I will be the first to admit that. I'm gonna take the I'm not gonna take the nukes offline, but I'm gonna disconnect it from the grid for just a second. I want to see if the fluctuation is here or not. Actually, it shouldn't be that hard just looking at the belts. Shouldn't be here. So by disconnecting this one wire, that disconnects it from the rest of the grid. Like, that's fuel and coal. Yeah, and I can definitely give you some ideas for people to look for more inspirational build. I just build big ass stuff. Though I am pretty proud of my power towers. I think they look pretty cool. My biggest problem is I am so anal retentive that even though they look cool, I'm not completely happy with them. And I never will be. That's why I don't do building streams. And let me check something real quick. I really don't think the fluctuation we're getting is from coal. But we could have a little bit of fluctuation on coal. I guarantee I know where it's coming from. Guarantee it's those 25. No, that's running 100, but that ain't. That one's only running at 99%. Somehow I'm not quite getting all of my coal. But I can honestly say that's 14.7 terawatts. But that big of a fluctuation has to be coming from fuel. That can't be coming from coal. And like I said, I'll bet you money I know exactly where that's coming from. We might be putting some valves and or pumps in that line just to kind of do what I did over on the other thing where I'm forcing X amount down one pipe, X amount down another pipe. I'm not using valves to try to set volumetric limits because valves are really bad at that. I know that's literally what everybody uses valves for. Oh, hello. Why are you yellow? Excuse me, sir. I will set up drones to bring freaking nitrogen if I have to. I will literally bring all of my nitrogen over here with drones if you guys keep pissing me off. Something you don't realize now is I got freaking drone fuel. I got the best drone fuel in the game. Is it going to make my entire world slightly spicy? Yes. Do I care? No. I got like 70 freaking bins of iodine filters. I don't care. I got enough filters to literally sit in radiation for the next 1,000 hours and not freaking care. Have you ever used fluid trucks? No, I have not used fluid trucks at all. My biggest problem has been in this playthrough, everything goes to power. The only fuel source that I even had that I could ever spare is plutonium. Yeah, those right there. And I get those out of my freaking pocket. Those hurt. Those burn. It burns us. Bow, 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 bow. Time to make a big spicy puddle. The funny thing is that, in fact, I'm having problems with nitrogen, a gas that has no head pressure. That's a bit on the stupid ass side. Now, I got asked a lot when I was setting up this save, when we were first building the save, why I didn't use trains. And the easy answer for that is, I have 200 plus belts. And everything in this playthrough is dialed in exactly 100%. Like, when I say I used every bit of uranium on the map, I mean every single spec. I couldn't squeeze anymore. I mean, belts are the kind of the only way that you can, without a doubt, say there's no extra left. we're still trying to fill those up. So this belt here should be running 1200. It should be an absolutely cram-packed, no more can fit on this belt. So logistics, conveyor throughput monitor. Let that dial in for a minute. Yeah, I'm relatively satisfied saying that's 1200. You're being pretty good with the sulfuric. You're gonna hit 50 before that fills. Not quite. So I might be losing a little bit of sulfuric. It's high 49, but not quite 50. Okay, but we're working on turbo fuel. I think a good chunk of my problem over here is just a little bit of sloshing on the fuel. And like I said, it kind of boils down to one in pipe. 2 pipes, but. Yep, I see the yellow lights right now. They're exactly where I thought they'd be. Not quite the refineries I thought they would be, but. You make sense. I'll bet you money this one's low on fuel. No? It's low on coal. How the fuck are you low on coal? Oh! Any overflow. I probably need to do that back 2 or 3. That actually makes sense. That makes complete sense. Actually, I ran into that problem quite a few times. If anybody isn't 100% sure how a splitter or merger or anything like that works, especially in this case, splitters, I have these set to 60 belts because they only need 32 per minute, so a 60 belt is more than efficient. Because 32 goes into the here, 28 goes down the belt. Theoretically, there's 28 more. So even though this is a 1200 belt, theoretically speaking, you take 1200 and minus 32. The problem is every time it hits a splitter, it gets told, okay, you're either going to the left or you're going straight. Left, straight, left, straight, left, straight, left, straight, left, straight. Well, until these two here are completely filled up, I don't want a damn thing to go straight. Whatever goes this way is supposed to be overflow. There's a slight bit more because you take 1200 and minus 30. That's 37 and a half. I want that half, the 16 per minute, to go through there. What is your current problem? This problem right here is this didn't have enough compacted coal going into it because at this point in time, okay, so 32 times 16? No, 32. 37. Yeah. At this point in time, 1184 had already been 1152 had already been consumed. So there was only 48. There's only 48 on this belt. 48 per minute at this point. 24 per minute we're going here. 24 per minute we're going there. I don't want that. I want 32 per minute to go here, and the other paltry little whatever 16. The other 16 I want to go through. It wasn't 16, it was 24. Because I didn't have a smart splitter there. That needs to be a smart splitter. And you kind of need that set up right before each one of those mergers. So there's quite a few times a second belt comes in, and there should be a smart splitter right before it, or it just terminates out like that. Why is it? Okay, I don't know why that's doing that. Do you honestly, bear in mind, when we started this playthrough, I gave chat the options of a lot of my rules. And one of the rules I asked chat if they wanted was satellite factories or modular factories. I call them satellite factories, where, you know, I'm making a bunch of aluminum, so I'll just take all the aluminum in the red forest and put it all together and build something there. I'll take all this and I'll build something here and blah, 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 blah. Like, I'd have a power plant over here with all this oil, yada, yada, yada. And I would ship it around. That's how I prefer to play. But I asked chat, and chat decided Uber factory. So everything for the power plant had to be built in one area. Hence why everything for the power plant's built in one giant area. I was originally going to try to put it all up here on top of the swamp until I realized how much of this crap was pure recipes, and I wanted that over the water. And then I started building and realized how big this thing really was. But I myself, I prefer satellite factories. I like the idea of, you know, this factory over here makes this component shipped to this factory, that then takes that component, adds it to this, and turns it into this next component, and then this factory sends it to this factory, yada, 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 yada. I like that idea, because to me, that's more real world. Ooh, we got a yellow light. Why are you yellow, little buddy? You are full on turbo fuel. Why? Why are you full on turbo fuel? Remember, this pipe is set up to only have 480 in it. So for no reason at all should any pipe ever be full. So we're looking at the pipe below the one I'm currently jumping on. And yes, those pumps are completely and totally unnecessary. I'm aware of that. I'm okay with that. They set directionality, and they completely eliminate if head pressure could even possibly be an issue. They're not needed. To me, putting the powered pumps on there, God, that little redneck when it came out there, is the equivalent of putting a warning label on a hairdryer saying, don't use this in the freaking shower. It's not needed. 99.9% of the time, it's not needed. But unfortunately, that 0.0000001% of the time, it might be needed, because I need to cover my ass. So if somebody takes this hairdryer into the shower, I can say, no, it ain't my fault. I warned him. I told him not to do this shit. What people don't realize about that warning tag is that warning tag isn't there to actually, like, because they think you're stupid. That warning tag is there because If you decide to be stupid, they can't be sued. That is the real reason for that warning tag on that hairdryer, telling you not to take that hairdryer into the freaking shower. That's true. I mean, why do you think like coffee cups and stuff now say warning contents are hot? It's not solely because somebody sued. It's to prevent somebody from suing again. What we used to call it at work was CYA. I think most people know exactly what CYA means. If you don't, ask. I'll tell you. We're running 100% here. We're a little backed up on rocket fuel. Running 100% here. Running 100% here. Running 100% here. So we're consuming all that turbo fuel. Warning, user may be an idiot. Yep, there's that one too. So is it literally just backlog? Is that turbo fuel just backlog? Is it just the fact that those refineries were backed up because I had the generators running lower power and therefore it's still trying to balance everything out? Could that be the issue? Like the entire pipe was backed up and it's trying to equalize? And looking through my save, you'll probably notice there's a lot of unpowered pumps in various places. A lot of those unpowered pumps are literally just there to set directionality because, honestly, me using a valves do some funky ass shit sometimes. Even when you're literally just using them to say, hey, everything needs to go that way. It was you that was being stupid, wasn't it? Speaking of being stupid. Yep, see, I'm still not quite getting enough rubber. So we're only running this 33% of the time. Probably 30 to 35% of the time. So somewhere, we're not consuming all the oil. Because this entire system is designed specifically to... There's 12,600 oil on the map. If you turn all of that into heavy oil residue, as you see here, that gives you exactly 7,000 polymer resin. So every one of these belts should be running pretty damn... These all should say either 1200, 1199, 1198. One of the three. This 1175 is something screwed up. 1191 is something screwed up. 1200, 1161 is definitely something screwed up. 96% of the time. Right there. $93% of the time. 100% of the time. 100. 100. Now that all comes right here. But I do see a little slosh in there. We're going to do something kind of stupid here. But okay, so that needs to go back a little ways. God damn it, that's not where I held you. Okay, so that looks fine. And this could literally just be a floor hole issue. I've had a lot of issues with the floor holes. I'm going to probably not use them ever again. I will use them in an aesthetic way, because if you just fly by and look at that, you can't tell me that's actually not going through that floor hole until you actually check the pipe. So let's check the machines themselves. 95% of the time. Obviously, these are all going to be kind of screwed up right now because, you know, I just unhooked that damn pipe. It's kind of hard for a pipe to flow through something when the pipe's not hooked up. I honestly can't tell you how many issues I've had that, as far as I can tell, it's literally just some weird little miscalculation involving floor hole. And again, these pumps are not required, they're just there. And nerd, honestly, the user may be an idiot. It's safer just to assume that user probably is. Just take that may out of there. From a company perspective, just always assume the user's an idiot. It's safer that way. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this. I still need to figure out why those two are running at 1180. I'm not happy seeing that gap every once in a while. That gap pisses me off. 14.72. Now, the highest I saw was 14.73, which is not very far off where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be at 14.757. So 14.734 is pretty freaking good. Actually, yeah, there's 14.737. $1170 is not good. 1200, 12. Those are both basically 1200s. Though there was a slight hiccup there. Yeah, the back one being a bitch is definitely a bitch. But this is where the biggest problem rolls in. Is I have to be able to consume all 12,600 oil at any point in time. If I'm not, then my polymer resin takes a slight hiccup. Yeah, see, 94%. Manster! Fix it demands 100% efficiency. Exactly. Exactly. I just got charged by a little puffball. So, like Manster says, fix it demands 100% efficiency. 99% efficiency is not freaking enough. We must get 100. It must be done. Our corporate overlords demand it. 94% efficiency is definitely not good enough. We must have efficiency. We must have all the efficiency. The efficiency must be efficient. You see, it looks like we might have fixed this belt. But that belt is definitely being a piece of crap. One thing that I'm kind of sort of playing with the idea of is this. Basically, this should theoretically allow, if there's ever a time where there's not quite enough consumption down the line, the blenders can still push out, even though that's only running at 98, 99% efficiency. But without tracing this fuel pipe to see where the hell it goes, which is a little bit of a freaking nightmare. Because my fuel pipes are in here a little on the tight side. It's the second pipe to the right, on the top. Tells me it's a pretty late pipe. And by that I mean it goes pretty damn far. So it is this pipe. Okay, so you are this pipe. So this becomes this pipe. This pipe comes around here, goes around here. Snakes up, goes over, goes down. It's now this pipe right here, which feeds into this system. This isn't the pipe I thought it was going to be. There could still literally just be a little sloshing. These all seem to be pretty damn good. It's really surprising me because that's got that piece of shit pipe in there. Oh wait, no, that came down here. That would be this one. This one's running at 96%. 97%. There's a little bit of backup on the turbo fuel, so I'm just going to dump these. Maybe, just maybe, this is caused by just too much in the pipe. Like, there's only supposed to be 480 moving through the pipe, but if the pipe is completely and totally 100% full, it can't dump out. Because it can only burn 480. Why are you all backing up? Oh, I have to let that run. Let's go check the nukes real quick. And we can check the power grid real quick. 14.725 at the high point. Oh shit, down into this. 14.6. Not happy to see that. And bear in mind, the fluctuation you see right now is not with the geysers. I repeat, do not have the geysers turned on at the moment. back into the irradiated swamp. We're still up in the high 49s, but it's not as high as it had been. We were getting like 49.7, 49.8 at the top. Now it's like 49.5. 49.4 on that one. So it does seem like there's a little bit that's not pushing out. That hit 50. So did that. Alright, so it does seem like the sulfuric is flowing correctly. How are you doing? Oh, never mind. That one's not flowing correctly. We got a problem. Houston, we got a freaking problem. Why are you being a pain in the ass? And I was only running 93% of the time. That does not say 600. Why do you not say 600? You need to say 600. I don't like when you don't say 600. Huh. And now you say 600. Thank you. Now you don't. Screw you, you jackass! Let's go check the refineries. And again, this could easily just be a floor hole issue. Yeah, we definitely got a couple that aren't being my friends. All right, like I said, I'm not a big fan of the floor holes. That one's only running 49% of the damn time, and it's a sulfur issue. Really making me curious as to why that's not running correctly. Because there should not be a sulfur shortage. I'm making the sulfur. Now I have a slight issue with sulfuric acid now that I've done that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 120 is 1200. Yay, mathematics. Because this literally gets any sulfur that's not being consumed by the nuke plant plus the extra on this that comes in on that belt. So unless that belt's not feeding enough. Which, because I'm making that sulfur, let's go check the production of that sulfur. Let's go see if there's an issue with the making it happeners. Or the make it happeners not making it happen. Okay, so this is my sulfur. So obviously this is that impure belt. This is that belt that's not... That belt shouldn't ever have a gap on it. Why do you have a gap on it? You're running 100%. You're only running 96% of the time. Why are you only running 96% of the time? Ah, itchy nose. I've had to do this before on iron. And it's only ever on iron. I don't know why. Okay, that belt. Let's check this crappy belt. And it could easily just be that 96%. Nope, that's running 88% of the time. Which means one of the belts feeding into this row is not actually running at a full 1200. If each of these is taking 750, 750, that's 1500. That's 3,000. 3,709. Fucking number. I don't have enough iron coming in. Why is it? What the hell? What? 750 plus 750 is 1,500. 1,500 plus 1,500 is 3,000, right? 3,000 plus 709 is 3,709. I've only got 3 belts coming in here. Unless I'm feeding up from somewhere else? It doesn't look like it. Did I do my math really, really wrong here? Excuse me? Give me a second. I gotta check Modeler real quick. Okay. For making sulfur, there's 29 refineries. And that consumes 21,709. So 21,709 divided by 1,200 belts. That's just north of 18 belts. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4. That's 16. Plus 2. Fact that. I screwed up something fierce. How the hell did I screw up my math that bad? Please don't answer that. Ooh. I got a belt here that's not running all the way. Well, you see, what happened is you were left unattended. And when you are left unattended, bad things happen. But you see what I see here? This belt right here does not seem to be running true. It doesn't seem like I'm consuming all the iron off that belt. And I'll bet you money I know where that belt goes. That's this belt right here. This is why I always say I need an adultier adult to adult around me. That 1200 belt feeds into 750 and 83. 750 plus 83 is not 1200. I only need like 109. 750 plus 84. Oh, we'll round up, say 84. I have no idea what that adds up to. If anybody wants to do that math, they're more than welcome to. I'm too lazy. $750 plus 84. I know it's not 1200. Right now, that is the only damn thing that I care about. Motherfuckers. There. There we go. Aha! Screw you, you're full now, aren't you? I really, like I said, I only need another 109. So, I'll make it happen. Sometimes the make it happeners have to make it happen. Every time I come into the stream to check the progress, I'm immediately lost in the amount of logistics and noises and visual clutter going on. I don't think it's that cluttered. Is it cluttered? I thought it was organized. There's a lot going on. Don't. I'm definitely not saying that one. All right, now maybe we can get this boy up to 100%. Go, baby, go! Clutter can be neat as well. I guess you could say that. It's definitely a lot in a small area. It's a hoarder's base. But at least it's not spaghetti. Yeah, there we go. Whatever bullshit excuse I have to come up with. I'll own it. Okay, so I need to turn off the nuke plant again. I know, it's getting old for me too. So we can let the sulfuric acid build back up. But hey, we found another issue and debugged it and fixed it. That's what matters. What sucks is that belt is no longer running. This mirror looks really hard to read. We'll turn off nuclear water. Because what's better than normal water? Nuclear water! Now we know why this pipe wasn't actually filling up. And basically, for anybody just joining us, I have a couple of refiners over here making my sulfuric acid that comes over to these blenders. I had just ran into an issue where I screwed up with my math. I know, shocker. I needed 21,709 iron to go into the sulfur production. I sent 21,600. I was missing 109. Luck enough, I had a little bit extra going into my other sulfur production. So we just put a smart splitter in and fed the overflow. So we should be good now. We just have to... I could theoretically leave this run and it would fill up. But I'm too lazy for that. So we're just going to turn off the nuke plant and allow all the sulfuric to build back up. And call it... Then we'll call it fancy pants. Sometimes it's easier just to turn off a system. And I'm going to use unpowered Mark 1 pumps for this. And all these are doing is these are acting as check valves. I am not a big fan of using valves to set directionality. But an unpowered pump works fine. Basically, all that's doing is saying the goo can flow that way, but it cannot flow that way. But welcome back, Harper. We're kind of done building. We are now on the troubleshooting phase of the entire build. When I say we're done building, I mean we're kind of done building in general. Everything that was to be built to make power has been built to make power. Now this will slowly bleed out. And here very, very, very soon, we'll not have any more waste. And once we're completely out of waste, I'm turning it right back on. But as you see, we got some yellow lights here. I'm not a big fan of yellow lights. Yellow lights suck. And that yellow light is literally because sulfuric acid was running low. So once these have done processed all the uranium waste they have in them, once we see a whole slew of yellow lights down the line, I can turn the nukes back on. But even without the nukes, we got a little bit of power. We're at, ooh! Hey, how the hell did I hit 8.6? No, wait. I'm supposed to hit 8.8. That is the highest I've ever seen that, though. Without the nukes. And that was literally... Yeah, I saw 8. I thought I actually saw 8.8. Was I seeing things? Or did I actually just for a second see 8.8? I definitely didn't. I saw 8.795. $8.78. 8.791. 95. Show me the bunny. Show me the bunny. Alright. Doesn't seem like I actually hit 7.8 or 8.8. So we still have some fluctuation in the fuel production. But that's still the highest number I've seen reliably like that. I was not shown the bunny. The bunny did not show itself. It's like Groundhog's Day, but with rabbits. Right now, the poll, we have a 3-way tie. That is between the 10 worst alt recipes and alt recipe tier list for a new guided playthrough episode. So if you want to make your voice heard, make sure to smack that vote button. Remember, get out there and vote, guys! A vote for idiots is a vote for chaos. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. But it's a thing. That's what matters. We're almost out of uranium waste in this machine. And I believe this machine is the one that had the least amount in it. So now that it's idle, it's not going to take any more sulfuric acid, which means that much more sulfuric acid is going to go down the pipe. Same with that one. Same with that one. You know, I got kind of a dumbass idea. Let me check my dumbass idea. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. I said it was a dumbass idea. If anybody doesn't know what I'm referring to in that, each one of these wants 37.5 sulfuric acid, 35.75 is actually divisible by 600. But it's not divisible by anything else that's a multiplicative of 120. The sulfuric acid refiners over there make 120 per. So, time to kick the nukes back on. And nuclear water. Go, spicy water, go! Hey, Johnny, remember the spicy water on Extinction? I might remember that too. And like I said, if nitrogen wants to keep being a pain in the butt, I can make aluminum bottles. We can start droning nitrogen over here. Ooh, the super spicy rods. Oh, spice me, rod. Give me the spice, I beg of you. We don't have waste yet. It's coming. It takes a minute. For anybody who's not aware, my nuclear reactors are a little ways away, so it takes a little while for them to get over here. Yep, there it goes. There it comes. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. The goo must flow. All of the goo. Go, my gooey friends, go! Bow, 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 bow. Okay. so we got a good chunk of waste coming in. We're not quite running full speed. All these belts should be running at between 1075 and 1100. One of these belts should be running a little bit lower. That's definitely not all the way up there. Oh yeah, by the way, if anybody doesn't notice it, that is almost 10 terawatts of power boost coming from my alien power augmenters. Yeah, just a little boost. Okay, now everything's actually flowing correctly. This belt here will take a little while before it starts moving. That belt it's an overflow belt. Once this system fills up, because this system only requires like 1900, and I've got just shy of 2200 going towards it. So there's like 300 that go back that way. But the single biggest problem with nuclear, for anybody who's not actually done anything with nuclear, you can dispose of uranium cells. You can dispose of uranium fuel rods. But the second you burn uranium fuel rods, you get uranium waste. And uranium waste, fissile uranium, plutonium pellets, plutonium cells, none of those can be sunk. You can't put those into a sink. You have to go all the way to plutonium rods. So it takes a little bit to actually... You got to set up a good chunk of stuff to actually dispose of uranium waste. I do need to remember at the end of the stream that I can actually raid off to people on YouTube and Twitch, so we're probably going to look for some to raid off to. Kind of depends on how many viewers I have. On Twitch, we'll probably more than likely raid off. I need to just get more of a habit of doing that. Yeah, share the love. Because right now, over on Twitch, we got 16 freaking people. And actually looking down the user list of who's all in chat, I see Jake, and obviously we knew Mr. Morden was lurking in there. He's always lurking. I see an Oma. Hello, Oma. Cosmo and Afonz. Hey. And a couple others. Alright, so unfortunately this takes... Oh, dude, I always know you're lurking, Morden. And I got no problem with lurkers. You guys are always more than welcome to lurk. I am fully aware that a lot of people put on my stream for background noise, because I do have the unique ability to sit here and yap my freaking mouth for 7 hours on end. and either be at least somewhat entertaining or somewhat funny, maybe a little bit of educational, not very likely. And I've been told a lot in my life that, you know, people enjoy my voice, whether they just enjoy my voice or they enjoy my voice. I try not to use that voice too much in stream because then you tend to get a little spicy in the wrong direction. And then, no, the only spice we're doing right here is uranium. That's one of the reasons I try to keep my voice a little higher. And it's more my excited voice anyways. Always funny, every time I get excited, my voice keeps going up and up and up and up and up. My voice does happy, as Casper just said. I just do it so much better than she does. Yes, that's the idea. So, if I decide to do the 100 terawatt video or series in 2027, we will literally build above the world because God, we're gonna need the space. We're gonna need all the space. Come on, fill up. Fill up. It's the only drawback with this system. Every time I turn it off, I have to let it fill back up. And again, for anybody who's not aware, uranium waste stacks to 500. Okay, it takes a while to fill a stack of it. Even if you are getting a full 1200 belt, you're only getting 2 and 2/5 stack every minute. That's not including what these machines are eating, what they're gobbling up. That one's full. I got 3 more machines to fill up. It's not that bad. And some of you guys might notice those are not smart splitters, which for me is kind of weird. But honestly, I don't really need them on this system because I'm sending more down this belt than what's actually needed. That's why there's smart splitters and priority mergers down the line. I don't need them here. But it's all fine and dandy. We'll get these filled up, and then this line will back up, and then we'll start getting a little bit more to go over yonder. This entire thing is literally just a troubleshooting stream. And anyone who's ever actually made nuclear power knows exactly why I have to do a troubleshooting stream. there's a lot of times where things just don't want to balance out naturally. And nuclear power is quite complicated. So there will be quite a few times where I, especially, make a small mistake here, or a small mistake there, or a big-ass mistake here, and a big-ass mistake there, and another one over there. No, that's just normal for me. Mistakes will happen. Mistakes will be made. Hell, mistakes will be made. Sure, you can't spell mistake without steak. And sometimes you just need a mistake. That's a really obscure reference that I'm pretty sure most people aren't going to get. I know Casper will get it. Food? Yeah. Why does that one not surprise me? I actually say Amaya's name and she ignores me. But I start talking about food and there she is. I always say the quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, but it works both ways. Don't let him fool you. It works both ways. Guy's stomach is just any food. Women are particular. Fitz, that sounds messy. So everything's actually running correctly up here. Shockingly. Now 14.72. Remember, Fitz, my mind lives in the gutter. That should be enough to fill you in about why that sounds messy. Remember, I have to behave myself. Now, Maya's not spoiled yet. Okay, I wasn't trying to go through there, but okay. The amount of conveyor throughput monitors I probably have on this save has got to be astronomical. Astronomical. Pineapple and sardine. No, ew. I don't mind fish. Certain fish. It's definitely not something you mix with other things. Okay. So while we're waiting for all that to fill up, let's play another rousing game of whack-a-mole. If you don't know what whack-a-mole is, look for the yellow light. And then we go try to whack it. Hey, look, yellow lights. Okay, so you're backlogged. Why are you backlogged? So we trace this pipe. That's the third down on this row that I'm currently sitting on top of. And I'm pretty sure I've had issues with this pipe before. So now it's time to figure out why we're having... Ah! Unexpected stop. Yes, unexpected bonk. Do. Yep, see, you can tell Maya's back in chat because her song comes on. You remember which pipe I said this was? Like, third one down? Good, I'm glad somebody remembers, because I sure the shit don't. Third one down becomes this one. Third one down on this. Yes. So one more. So here. 600 per minute. Good. Oh, looky. I think we know what the problem here is. Breaking nitric. So for anybody who's ever thought, oh, it's nitrogen. Nitrogen will never be a pain in the butt. It's a gas. It doesn't have head pressure. Behold. Wonders how long before it just finally puts signs on things? That will never happen. Why would I put signs on things? Okay, in this case, why would I put signs on things? Now, this is a genuine question. Okay, so that's running 96, but it's full. That's running 100%. It seems like it's this one, but it doesn't seem like it's a nitrogen problem. It seems like it's a dumping problem. But why? Because tracing 1 of 30. Yeah, but how would a sign help that? That's more what I'm getting at. It doesn't seem to be a nitrogen problem. It just, for some reason, that pipe didn't want to actually expel its waste. Put a friggin' directional valve on it, and it does. Nope, it's still filling up. The fuck? Label each pipe on each end and at big interchanges. That sounds like a hell of a lot of work. So what you're saying is, like, where this pipe comes out, put a sign saying this is pipe number 423, and wherever it feeds on that side, put this identical sign. Is that your suggestion? Sounds like a lot of work. Because it will be assigned to do what it said. I can look at the pipe and tell what the content is. It's red, so it's freaking turbo fuel. But it's not that color red. That's a different color red than that color. That's a dark red. That's a bright red. I'm going to put a pump. I shouldn't need to put a pump because I should be getting the head pressure from the height of those blenders, but maybe the lower blenders are screwing it. Yeah, because like the lowest blender is higher than any of those pipes. If I put a sign, then the pipe would know what speed it's supposed to run at and it would stop being a pain in the ass. I don't think that's how that works, but it's getting to the point where I'm almost tempted to try that. It's 3 a.m. I just woke up and saw the stream notification came to say hello. Hello, Cross! I'm doing pretty good. Oh, I know, Fitz. I know it was meant as a joke. And 75, 150, 300, 450, 600. Not really meltdowns, but I found quite a few bugs that I've been trying to sort. So I'm gonna leave that like I go. Unfortunately, it's gonna have to fill up those blenders. Or yeah, screw it. There we go. Screw this one. Ah, no. Speaking of screw ups. Again, these probably are not need. Oh. They probably aren't needed solely because, like I said, all these blenders are higher up than anywhere they go up here. I didn't really want to use a lot of pumps, but I'm at the point where I don't give a shit. My GAFs have ran out. Had to remember the acronym there for a second. Yeah, it's not like I'm hurting for power to run pumps. I need 14 terawatts just for pumps. I'm off to bed. My liver isn't in good condition today. Plus, I am in a different city, so I don't have my meds or my prescription. It's going to be extremely... I'm sorry to hear that, Cross. Hopefully you feel better, man. And we'll see you tomorrow. You know I'll be back tomorrow. That one's full. Don't know what the hell we're going to do tomorrow other than troubleshooting, so maybe it's going to be like a question and answer stream. I don't know. I definitely wouldn't like phrase it as Satisfactory Pro answers your questions, because I'm not a pro. I'm a dumbass. I wouldn't call myself a veteran. Insane Satisfactory player? I think it's a chronic thing with Cross. I hope he feels better. It's not that I'm being negative about myself, it's just I literally don't think I'm a professional at this game. And I don't think I'm a veteran of this game because I've literally only been playing it for a few months. Now, I just understand the game. To a point. And then there's fluids. Which nobody understands. Because screw fluids in this game. I'm gonna take my rocket fuel and I'm gonna go home. Okay. Yeah, my third playthrough in 2,400 hours. My last playthrough was literally 800 hours. Okay, so... Satisfactory player. I'm satisfactory at playing Satisfactory the video game. That might be a little too much of a pun. Yeah, but one thing that a lot of people don't notice during my playthroughs and stuff is a lot of people are trying to make things look pretty or trying to make things look organized. I don't bother with that. Like when I'm trying to do the space elevator, I'm just flying. Right now, I'm just waiting for this pipeway to fill up. And it's basically a manifold. Because your plan is not to make stuff neat. Yeah. I mean, I wanted this playthrough to be neat, and I was going to try to go through and actually make things look pretty and stuff, but then I started factoring up with how many buildings and everything else I needed. I was going to make everything, and then I was going to worry about that. Because like I said the other day, I could literally take any section of that nuclear stuff, and instead of it just being in a row, I could go put them into some little building or something and make it look all fancy and pretty. As long as it's the same number of machines and the same overclock, it doesn't matter. I wanted to make sure that, you know, I could get all of my belts, all of my pipes, all my machines, all that stuff done without my computer going boom. And then I could work on all the pretty stuff and try to make it go boom. Or I could hand it off to somebody like Jake and like, here you go. You got all the power you need. Don't come complaining to me that you don't have enough power. And it's like right now, I know right now I'm not consuming all my oil, so therefore I'm not making all my rubber, therefore I'm not making all my heat sinks, so therefore I can't make all my plutonium. But I could literally just, you know, that 7th row of reactors, I could just not feed rods into it. Now, how's the pole looking? I haven't checked that in a minute. Yeah, 33% for worst alt recipes. Kind of what I was going to do anyways. I'll try to work on episode 2 of the Terawatt playthrough. Because like I said, that one, I definitely think those ones take the most amount of time, the most effort, and that is where I'm going to learn the most on editing. You want to start on the project you want to make. Yeah, basically. That was kind of the whole goal. Is I was trying to fly through the space elevator because I'm not the type of person who wants to set up a factory multiple times. I understand, like, my beginner factories, I'm going to have to. And for anybody who wasn't here during the early parts of the series, I made, what, 2 or 3 factories before I even got started over here. Because, like, I made obviously my starter factory in the Dune Desert, and then I had built another factory around here, right around this nitrogen node, because I needed quartz, I needed bauxite, I needed caterium, I needed copper, I needed iron, and I needed nitrogen, and it's all right here. This is a freaking-tastic place to build a factory. Just like here is a fantastic place to build a factory. It's just, you gotta truck your bauxite out. Can you make a video of the factory that can make every single item? And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 518, part 2. Because we were at 518 at the beginning of stream, and then somebody decided they didn't like me. But somebody else likes me, so yay! You are awesome. And I appreciate the hell out of you tickling that button. Even if you didn't tickle it during this stream. You're coming from one of the videos. You're still awesome. And I loves you. Purely platonically. But I have everything for this playthrough recorded. I just realized. Yeah, okay. I just realized. Am I recording today? I have a bad habit of. I have 98% of everything I've done in this playthrough recorded, and it's all on a hard drive. And the goal is literally to chop it all up into. I hate bringing them up all the time, but again, like I said, Kibitz is the largest creator in this space. Making it Kibitz size videos or Eclipse size videos. I don't really know anybody else who really does lens plays. So yes, the factory that makes every single item took 3 streams to build, and I do plan on chopping that up into episodes, or an episode. And that's kind of why I didn't really do a lot of, like, okay, I'm going to stream for a week, and then I'll release an episode, because first and foremost, when I was doing that, I was streaming 5 to 6 days a week. I only had like 1 to 2 days off. That's not a lot of time to go through 7 hours times 6 streams. 42 hours of footage? Kind of hard to go through 42 hours of footage in 24 hours. Math says no. Yeah, the time just isn't, it's not there. Not to mention, for anyone who doesn't make videos, who hasn't made videos, who doesn't completely comprehend what all goes into content creation, first and foremost, I have to watch the footage. I have to decide what footage stays versus what footage does not stay. Once I chop all the footage that does not stay out, I have to watch again to see how it flows together. And then a lot of times I record audio over the top of that. Because if I just grab the audio from the stream, we talk about so many wacky, zany, random ass stuff during streams that very likely the audio is not going to match up. Okay, so I'm going to snip these 2. Just to fill these 2 up. And that will actually snip the last 3. I have, while watching at your stream this week so far, I have mined 200k plus blocks. Well, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. I definitely have no idea what you're talking about because like I've said multiple times, I don't play Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft. Now see, this week I've mainly been in Auction Not Included when I'm not on this, and I've been having GDQ streams or GDQ videos playing. I don't normally watch the stream because there's a lot of games I really don't care about watching speedruns of. Sometimes I'll watch games or speedruns of games that I don't care about just because the actual personality that's running them is a personality I would watch. I just don't really watch a lot of live streams. I probably should and actually learn some stuff. But I'm definitely the kind of person I like to figure things out for myself. It's one of the reasons I don't do collabs. The only collabs I do is with my son, and we should be doing another one this Friday. Because he's got Friday off this week. So now once this one fills up, I can go ahead and hook this pipe back up. And all that rocket fuel should go. And fingers fucking crossed that this nitric acid stops being a pain in the ass. I'm getting really tired of nitric acid being... This is one of the reasons I always recommend to anybody who isn't trying to do something at this ridiculous of a level, use nitro rocket fuel. Just use nitro rocket fuel. I'm trying to fix the turbo and rocket fuel. We were at like 14.7 something, but I literally just took an entire pipe of rocket fuel off. And that's 60 times 600 times 3.1. Yeah, that's 100 terawatt, or that's 100 gigawatts right there. For any time I disconnect one of those pipes, that's 100 gigawatts that's not flowing. I had a small issue with some of the nitric acid. It's a stupid issue too. So let's go check on the nuclear babies. The nuclear babies. But yeah, that belt, that 7th belt there, I can just turn off. So until I fix the fuel production or the oil consumption or the polymer resin production, whichever way you want, they're all tied together. Which is kind of the most horrible thing about this entire playthrough. If any one system falls down, if any one system is not running at peak efficiency, everything falls down. Like we noticed earlier, I was missing 109 iron from sulfur. Well, sulfur wasn't running at a peak efficiency, therefore the sulfuric acid blenders weren't running at peak efficiency, which meant the uranium waste disposal wasn't running at 100% efficiency, which meant everything behind that wasn't running. That's the challenge of this playthrough. And momentum. Okay. That's not running very well. Now I got sulfuric acid here that's being a bitch. I mean, I'm running 98%. I'm curious what's the plastic being used for. Plastic is going into AI limiters, which go into electromagnetic control rods, which go, the plastic, those are used in both the uranium fuel rods and in the plutonium fuel rods. So yes, in my case, nuclear requires plastic. But the problem isn't the plastic, it's the rubber. And the rubber is used in heat sinks, along with aluminum casings, to make plutonium fuel rods. Because yes, I'm using the most efficient recipes up until uranium fuel rods. After uranium fuel rods, I'm using the most efficient disposal recipes. Yeah. And theoretically speaking, I could literally swap that off. I just have to make more copper and more copper sheets, which, yay. And no. Let me check something real quick. This might be a problem, and it might be why this was done the way it was. Okay, so I need a grand total of 510 electromagnetic control rods. And I am using the base recipe. If I were to make those all out of the base recipe control rod, AI limiters, I would need 581.09. Oh, that's not the right number. That's still not the right number. It's 740.66. Let me just bring you guys over to Modler real quick. That way you guys aren't staring at a blank screen while I'm dicking around in Modler. Okay. So I have 871629. 8716.29 plus 319149. 3141 or no 3191.49. So it's 11,907 quickwire. Yeah, if I use the default one, I need a lot more quickwire, which means I need more Caterium, which I don't have. That is why I'm using the plastic. Yeah, looking at the amount of quickwire that goes into this versus the amount of quickwire that would go into this. I'm using every single speck of Caterium on the map. There is no more Caterium on the map. And there's no more SAM to make more Caterium. This does look like it might be filling up, though. So I don't know if this is going to go up to 100% or if it's going to keep bouncing up and down. This needs to be at 100%. And theoretically speaking, I could bring both of these pipes down to a floor hole here and bring them back to where their source pipe, key off, and have them looped so that it feeds in from both sides. But I know there's a little bit of like disagreement about whether that actually helps or not. I don't need to do it with the nitric because literally the nitric for these two blenders comes from that blender right there. I had asked earlier, people were talking about the term feedback loop, and I didn't know what in the hell you guys were talking about. Yeah, but it just changes from it needing more at the very end versus needing more at the very beginning or in the middle. We've got a backup on waste here. why. Why is this belt backed up? I mean, I'll give it a shot. Guidely, what do you think? To loop or not to loop? I know Vogue is one of my more technical users, and he's a big proponent of it. Horizontal to vertical. Boop. Ooh. There's a slight problem here. You remember when I said I could do this easily? I might have lied about that. Might have lied about that. Yes, sulfuric acid is being rude. Yeah, next foundation. The only thing I will have to do is I will have to make sure to remember which pipe goes to which pipe. Straight mode. Alright, it's still gonna loop. Imagine. Sometimes you gotta figure out where the hole goes. So that's a slight problem. Okay, just a slight problem. I can deal with that. T, the one I want, thank you. Yes, I'm gonna do, it's gonna be a little tricky. I'm not actually going to connect to the floor hole. Yeah, that's why I always say move your belts, not your pipes. Your pipes are going to be harder to move around than your belts are. I hate that shit. It's like I will definitely always recommend making this blueprint. Unfortunately, with the T-junction, you have to make a few of them. So literally, I'm just going straight through those floor holes. It still looks like they're hooked up to the floor holes, but they're not. Alright, there we go. Who says you have to use a T? Because I'm trying to go in two different ways. Welcome back, Cappy. Okay, so the inner one goes to the low side. I think they're right here. Yeah, that's going to have to come down some more. As far as the, if you're me, I don't have to use a T, I can use a four-way. I hate the four-way junction. If I only need to go 3 places, I'm not using a four-way. I complained about that for freaking a while before we got the T-junction. Never seems like pipes go that far. Maybe it's just because I always have to run my pipes so got too far. Okay, this one is the lower one, if I remember right. Which is also the one I'll... I may make absolutely certain. Must suck having to suck through the pipe. Yeah, yeah. Have you seen how many pipes I have on this playthrough, Cappy? Okay. So the lower one is the outside pipe. That fucking sucks. The lower is outside, the lower is inside on this. That sucks. So this one goes there. We're going to bring these this way. And I have a reason for this. Again, not a good reason, but it's a reason. I don't do good reasons around here. You guys should know that by now. There. Looks like crap. Honestly, the pipes aren't that buggy. You just have to understand the physics behind it. Okay. Like I said, looks like crap, but if it works, it works, it works, and I'll be happy, right? Engineers know, if it works, don't touch it, even if it looks like shit. Are you an engineer, Cappy? Now, this one belt being backed up is really bugging me. Nah, I got it from a real engineer. Okay. Yeah. Like my diluted fuel power plant, it took 2 weeks of troubleshooting to get that working 100%. You're more than welcome to come work on my freaking diluted fuel. I'll be putting the save up today. That goes to anybody. The save will be live in my Discord after stream, because this is the closest to being fully built this factory has ever been. So we'll come out. So this belt is kind of in my way. I want that yellow pipe. So we're gonna bring them this way. All right, if anybody's wondering how I do that without having them try to snap together, hold down the left control button. All right, there we go. Real civil engineer. Oh, RCE. Yeah. It's amazing how many people watch me that also watch him. But he's awesome, so I consider that to be a compliment. Houston. Oh, we got a big ass problem here. Yeah, we got a big effing problem there. Have you ever noticed that when you're at the far edges of the map near the Dune Desert, the straight mode isn't straight? I've never noticed it at the edge of the map. Just sometimes straight mode doesn't want to be straight. I normally bitch about it being called the straight mode build bug. And I had a crude oil pipework issue that I had no. Same for coding. Yeah, I definitely see it in coding. Yeah, there's been a lot of times you would have heard me complain about the straight mode build bug. So the problem is, there's not enough room to bring my pipes through here. Pipes do not stack at all on ceilings. There is no stackable ceiling support for pipes. the stackable pipeline support does not work upside down. So, whereas like here I could do this, I can't really do that on this one. Now, there is a solution for this. It's just horrible. And I think I'm going to have to do the horrible solution. One foundation down, remove the pipe. I get a different idea. I did say it was a horrible idea, so bear that one in mind. It's not like I'm not running friggin' kilometers upon kilometers of pipework anyways. Alright, what I could do is literally just add a wall and use wall supports. That's what I did with my fuel pipes. Itchy nose. I need to friggin' mow off my mustache. But I've been saying that for a while now. I'm sure Casper's getting tired of hearing me bitch about it. Talking about straight mode not being straight? How's this? No, you just leave the wall in place. Now bear in mind that straight mode was still straight. It's just the fact that support was angled. Burn the plutonium, more power. Yeah, you can. I will give you my save. You can jump on here and build the extra 150 nuclear power plants that would require. You be my guest. I'll even sing like Beauty and the Beast to you while you do it. I will serenade you as you do it. How's that? You know, the worst thing is, I didn't really need to make sure which one of these goes. Because literally, to burn the little bit of plutonium that I'm making is literally another 150 power plants. Okay, which one is which? So this is my lower one. It wraps around. Becomes the inner one. Or no, becomes the outer one. Or I guess it is the inner one. Becomes this one. And yay, awesome, fantastic. That is actually the right one. So horizontal to vertical, boop. Yeah, horizontal vertical will work. That's already not hooked. That needs to hook up. Boop. Boop. Come up through here. Put my floor back in. We'll turn off the nuclear water again. Yeah, because you notice anything here with the belts? We're noticing a small problem with the belts. That is sulfuric acid. That's why it's bright and yellow. Basically, I was trying to loop the sulfuric acid. So when it feeds into the machines, it feeds in from two directions. Since pipes are bi-directional. Yeah, normally I don't color code my pipes because I don't see a need for myself. But for you guys, for stream, for content, I color coded them for you. So yes, that is solely for you guys, the audience, that they are color coded. So at some point in time, we'll eat through the rest of this waste. It's gonna be a minute. Let's go. Power grid sucks, but we're at 8.78. 9. Let's go. 9.7. 8.8. Come on. 8.8. Give me 8.8, you son of a bitch. Why do I want 8.8? I need to write down this number. I seriously need to write down this number. I might not need to write it down. I might have it. Yeah. 41616.45. That is the amount of raw power I should have at the moment. If I can hit 8.809, I have my maximum power. That's why I keep, that tells you how fucking close I am. Pipe colors +1 and then 10x viewers? Huh? Or 10x views. I would like a rocket fuel alternative that uses sulfuric acid. Nope. No, thank you. I would like to be able to play this game without using any freaking liquids at all. Sure the hell not making any more liquids. The problem is none of these belts go that direction. The only belt that goes this direction is the one that my uranium fuel rods are on. Every other belt goes the other way. Now, could that little bit of fluctuation be coming from coal? Because as you see, that's running at 100%, but you can't tell me that's actually running at 100%. So we're going to go through and we're going to snip the power wire off the very last one of these in every row. And let them fill up. Except for this row. This row sucks. It's kind of hard to tell which direction the belts are going in. I don't really think that one needs it. You can. I just don't. We all knew full well the little bit of discrepancy in the power was not coming from coal. Because, I mean, these things literally only make 166 megawatts. You can't copy and paste. I have never been able to copy and paste a building turned on and off, or off. Yeah, see, it stays on. Now, one thing you can do is you can dial them down to 1% and Control C and Control V that. Waffle! I'm sorry, I'm trying to stuff my face. Fat kid's got a fat kid. No, but you're not the first person who has suggested turning them off and then copying and pasting that setting. So maybe at some point in time you could, but it doesn't work now. How many awesome points per minute? Not many. Technically speaking, I should only have 2 sinks. Yeah, that belt was a little backed up. I'm not sinking the plutonium right now. I'm storing it. I have a stupid idea. It's me, so of course I have a stupid idea. Actually, I want to see something. The 2 per pipe. One per pipe. Pay no attention to that at all. Oh, come on, you should be able to figure it out then. We'll call the CIA to figure out what you're doing. The CIA doesn't even know what I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. Why in the world do you think the CIA would? I'm not going to pay any attention to the van that's outside. That's the FBI anyways. I scared the CIA off. They got a little afraid when I started washing their windows with a certain part of my anatomy that I had to use a ladder to get up high enough to use against their windshield. I kept it streamer friendly. I'm monetized now. I gotta behave. If I tell you my dumb idea, then it wouldn't be a surprise, and it wouldn't be as dumb of an idea. So I need 156 pactures. We want to know. I'll give you 4 iron plates and 6 screws. I got 200 screws. I have no idea how I got these 200 screws. But I have 200 screws. Yeah, I do have. Yeah, I don't know. How much plutonium fuel rods does a drone need? Not a whole lot, right? Oh. What's vehicles? Transport. So that's 1, 2, 3 by 3 by 3, so 3 by, say 3 by 4. Damn, that's nearly as big as my nuclear pad. Okay, the reason I'm storing plutonium rods is A, nitrogen keeps pissing me off. So if nitrogen keeps pissing me off, I'm literally going to freaking just drone all my nitrogen over here. And I literally just mean the nitrogen from the map, not including the more that I make. Oh, I'm gonna have to wash my face after this. I'm talking about it getting into my freaking mustache. You see this giant stack of pipes right here? That's all made of nitrogen. The converter can make everything except for oil and SAM and water. But I mean, honestly, do you really need a converter to make water? If you waste freaking SAM to make water, we're going to have some discussions. This entire portion of the map would like to have a discussion with you. And this portion. And this entire portion. Not including the lakes. Remember, don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the oceans that you're used to. I'm showing my age again. Good night, Fitz. Thanks for hanging out like always, and we'll see you tomorrow. For more troubleshooting. Hey, all my waste is gone. We can turn the nukes back on. Again. So the answer to the stream title was no. No, I cannot keep these running. No. Yes, Cappy, I am, and no, because the stream title is literally, can I keep them running? I have, as of yet, been unable to keep them running. And since I literally have 50 minutes left of stream, I'm going to say that's not even really enough time to fill everything up, let alone to see if it's going to continue working. Now, I will be taking a break from Satisfactory here in a week or two. Solely because I've literally played this game basically every single day for the last 8 months. I need a break. I have no idea what game I'm switching over to for a couple weeks, but we'll find a couple games. I will still be making content for Satisfactory. I will still be making videos for Satisfactory. Because those seem to go over a little on the well side. The top 10 alternate recipe video is basically hit 2,000 views. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue streaming. I just don't want to burn myself out on this game to the point that playing it feels like work. So, you know, every couple of months, taking a break from a game and trying a different one isn't necessarily a bad idea. My major thing is on YouTube, I have to try to not kill my algorithm. And I don't want to get into another game where I know it's going to be a multi-thousand-hour game. Because if I do that, then it's going to be a couple months before I come back to Satisfactory, and this game has definitely been really good for the channel, so. And I'm enjoying the crap out of it. And I would like to continue enjoying the crap out of it. Wow, alt recipe tier list has taken the lead. Kind of surprised on that one. Now, I will say probably the next video will be 10 recipes that I will never use. I either don't want to use or will never use. And then I will do the tier list. The tier list will take more time to go through because first and foremost, I have no friggin' idea how to do a tier list. Like, I don't watch tier list videos, but there's been a couple other ones that have done it, so I can watch them just to kind of get a feel for how it's done, but I will come up with my own ranking. Because I know full well, like, when I release the 10 alternate recipes that I will never use, I'm gonna get some clapback. Use tier maker? Yeah. I have to look into that. The nice thing is everything that's said in chat is actually dumped into a private channel on my Discord, so I can always go back and recheck chat, and that's mainly for like trying to, if somebody has a really good idea, I can go back and check, and I get an idea of like when people are trying to keep track of trolls. But I need to use the restroom again, so I'll be back in just a minute. Well, you guys can watch the sea of goo. And I'm back. And the sea of goo is still flowing. Unfortunately, it does take a few minutes for this to really fill up. Because, like, as you see, that one's still yellow because it doesn't have anything. That one's still yellow because it doesn't have anything. That belt there is still moving. There's still gaps on that belt, which tells me that is not filled up. Because it takes 1,000 per minute just to keep this line running, not including what it takes to actually fill this line. We're just now filling that one. There's a few more. It takes a minute. But that's okay. Come over here and we see if there's a epic game of... Actually, come over here real quick. And there's powerful. Yay, powerful. What do we look like? 14.7. That's pathetic. Give me more power. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, we have a game of whack-a-mole to play. And I call this whack-a-mole because sometimes yellow lights pop up. And by the time I get... I see you get yellow light. I know it. Why is that pump yellow? If the pump's pumping, then it should be green, right? Yep, yellow light. There. See it? Go, go, go! That's why it's called whack-a-mole. And you are full on turbo fuel. You are full on turbo fuel. We need to trace this pipe back the other way. This is third pipe down. And we'll see why this is full of turbo fuel. Is it because it doesn't have enough nitric acid? Third pipe down on this line. Right there. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, now I can actually do those. Yeah. Was given the great idea to literally go through all my pipes over there in the turbo fuel refineries and number my pipes. Put a little sign down saying this is pipe number 1, this is pipe number 2, 3, yada yada yada, times however many damn pipes I have here. It's 28,000 turbo fuel. So you can do the math on that. I don't want to. Ah, son of a bit. Ah, I lost it. Oh, that's awesome. I lost the pipe. Yeah. A shortcut. Alright. See yellow right there. See it? It's the end of the row. Full of turbo fuel. It's the third pipe down. Let's try this again. Oh, that's actually in this row. Okay, this is the fourth pipe from the right. Third pipe down. 4 in from the right, 3 down. I might be able to remember that. It's probably not going to happen. And I'm willing to admit that. Do not stare directly at the screen. It will give you a headache. I speak from personal experience. Okay, third one down. It's this pipe. That is that pipe. Third one down on this row. How are we doing today? Are we having a good Wednesday? It's a good hump day. I think it's Wednesday. Okay. So it's this pipe right here. Oh, I think I know what the problem might be. The problem might be nitric acid. Yep. Today's been good. That's always good to hear. Yeah, we have a nitric acid issue. Why do we have a nitric acid issue? I put pumps on all these damn things. I put powered pumps on all these things, so there's no chance that there's a head pressure issue. Remember when I said I was having issues with nitrogen? Yeah, this is what I mean. Okay. Well, head lift should not be an issue. 88%. Why are you... it's water. What the fuck? What was your bad idea from earlier? Droning the nitrogen over. Package the nitrogen and drone it. How the hell am I having issues with water? $600 per minute. Each one of these is sucking down 75. 600 divided by 75. 75 is 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What the fuck? The hell? The hell is going on here? Excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior? What the fuck? I would use drones for nitrogen just because of weird places nitrogen is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why are you two hooked up? Screw that noise. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. We've been trying to reach you about your water's extended piping. Why? You notice how that literally stayed at 0 for a minute? It wasn't an autosave or anything like that. It literally just read 0. That was weird. Says they run fine now. I'm only getting a lot of water. Why does nitric acid hate me so much? And people wonder why I hate using nitric acid. Here's your sign. Dear Fix-It Gods, I repent for my sins. I have procrastinated making parts for the space elevator and saving the day. Dear evil overlords at Fix-It, I repent for my sins. I have been busy making power so you can turn this entire planet into a giant Tesla supercharger. Oh yeah, repenting means I'm sorry. And I'm not sorry for it. I'm proud of it. I have achieved my own miracle here. I'm gonna put the electricity that you're making into my heart. I don't know how to take that. I'm just gonna cut that pipe because, like I always say, if it can't send anything out, then it has no choice but to fill the hell up. And take it all, you dirty blender. Take it all. Hit that frappe button. Whenever I take a little turbo fuel and a little nitric acid to Starbucks and tell them to make me a frappuccino with it, it will be a rocket fuel frappuccino. Gotta go fast. You use Star Yuck? Eh. This is a joke, Maya. You remember what jokes are, right? Your Alzheimer's not getting that bad, is it, Maya? I apologize for anybody who actually has Alzheimer's or who has a family member who has Alzheimer's. Don't you hiss at me. I'll stick Cappy at you. I'll throw Cappy at you. I put 50 cluster nobelisks on top of 50 foundations before destroying them, so they're now 50 cluster nobelisks in the sky. You know cluster nobelisk can launch you into orbit, right? And I legitimately mean orbit. Capybara versus cat. I think it's more capybara versus a weird wolf hyena thing. I'm pretty sure an actual capybara versus a cat, the cappy is winning, even though it's literally just going to look at it like, I don't care. Wolf cat. I'm gonna light him and watch the explosions explode around me. Yeah. One of our viewers used Cluster Nobilis to literally achieve orbit. Power. 14.6. It's basically 14.7. Go, baby, go! No, up. Uppies. Not downies, uppies. That's the wrong direction, power. Go, uppies. Yeah, whatever. Ah, fine, we'll go this way. We'll go this way, it's fine. Yeah, if you check my Discord, there's a video of Inferno actually achieving legit orbit using I think it was it's not Cluster Nobilisk, it's Pulse Nobilisk. Ah, wrong way. Wrong belt. You gotta take a bath in the nuclear waste. How else am I supposed to become the Toxic Avenger? How else am I gonna become a superhero? Where's my super suit? I've gotten to orbit with normal Nobilisk. Ah, there you go. You're still trying to fill these up? Oh, that's damn near full. I came back over here about the right time. Never mind, I have pulse now. Yeah, that's normally how it works. Find out I don't have something researched. Time to fix that problem. Hey, look, now I have it researched. It's a miracle. That's a lot of waste. It was really cheap. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the stuff in the research tree is pretty cheap. I love running around with my broccoli down. wish you could use sloops on the crafting bench and the work equipment in your workshop. Yeah, but you can't. Good, look, we got extra. And all my sloops are in constructors right now making SAM. So I need to figure out where my center of these sulfuric acid pipes are. So I can kind of sort of figure out where I'm going to start running out of sulfuric acid. Which machine I need to look for. I loved the last playthrough. I had to make singularity cells for Fixonium, and I ended up throwing some of my extra sloops into there. So I had extra singularity cells to run my portals. It's like, yeah, I'm not making more singularity cells. Here's some sloops. Just make me more. Is 200 pulse Nobelisk enough to go to orbit? I believe so. I have never done it. I just have people in my community that likes to exploit bugs. Like, he recently found out that he could make basically infinite length power wires. Like single strand power wire, infinite length. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, so now that sulfuric acid might be working properly, might be, maybe, maybe. I'll be honest, maybe. I got the auto clicker. Yeah. I'm old school. Be sitting there mashing the crap out of that button. Might be a bit of workout, but it's good experience. My laziness is too... well, it depends on how you do it. Okay, so... technically speaking, once this machine and the one below it fills up, those two should... oh, no, that's the smart starter. God damn it. We'll start filling this one. We're nearly full. Here goes nothing. Good luck! Send me a postcard from space. I didn't get as high as the highest clip. I have no idea how he did it. I have never done it. I'd have to go back and watch the video. I know he posted it in my Discord, and I watched it, but I didn't pay that much attention to it. So Inferno, if you're listening to this, in the future, yeah, sorry, I didn't actually pay attention to your video. It's okay. I won't pay attention to the next one either. Okay, so it should be almost full, and these are not smart splitters, so. Why does it matter that these fill up? Because once these fill up and the belt starts backing up, or there's 1,087 on this belt. I only need 1,000 to go down this belt. So those other 87 get fed down this belt and send extra over to the proper waste disposal. This is auxiliary. Trying to think of tomorrow's stream title. I'm thinking 14 terawatts has been achieved. Can I keep it stable? Cluster doesn't launch you up, it just straight up explodes and shoots you in any direction. Yeah, that sounds about right. One of the funny little tips that I was told about was using the boombox to double jump. Can we use the 14 terawatts to fix my Wi-Fi? I don't think that's going to do anything. The bass boost button on the boombox, if you press it in the middle of a jump, you'll actually get another bounce. It's effectively a double jump. Definitely starting to back up this line, which is a good thing. Once you get a moment, look at Satisfactory tab in your Discord. What am I looking for? Oh, you up on the space elevator? No, when I say I reached orbit, I mean he reached orbit. He went well past the death plane to the fact you could literally see the planet as just this little bitty ball. Hey, we got backup. Again, like I said, there's 87 more than what needs to be on this belt. So that feeds back that way, which means any of the extra feeds down this belt. I could see that. Hypertube cannons can be a little on the brokey side. Okay, so these ones are definitely running. We're slowly filling them up. We're just waiting to fill up this very last row. Fortunately, I got about 10 minutes left in stream, so... And I will not leave this running overnight. Yeah, damn. So many yawns. Yeah, 14.7. 7.2. I mean, 14.72 isn't bad. It's about 30,000 megawatts off what it should be. So that's 7.3. 3.1. Go, baby, go! Up! Up! I mean, 14.73 is only like 25,000 megawatts off where I should be. $33. It does seem to be trending upwards. I want to try to grab a screenshot if I get 7.3 again. Hopefully that was the 7.32, not the, give me a second. Pictures. Screenshots. Yep. 14.732654. Can we get more? More? I would like... Please, sir, I would like some more. Can I please have some more power? That's already a pretty ridiculous number. That belt seems to be stopping. Why in the hell is any belt stopping? Yeah, that belt's definitely stopping. I did not break it this time. That's a bold-faced lie, Casper. Oh, hello. Sulfuric. That must be the center. So why in the world are we having issues with sulfuric acid? Yeah, I mean, hypertube cannons can get you pretty high. Especially, like, not even modded ones. This got me kind of... $600. I'm sure I hooked these up to the right ones, and I'm not. Yeah, okay. I've reached the death barrier. Time to go even higher. Yeah, sounds all right. Definitely sounds like my community. That's filling up. Could be going up a lot faster than that. I mean, substantially faster than that. Outside of one, and that one becomes this. Just making absolutely certain that, you know, this isn't hooked up wrong. I don't think it is, but something ain't been working. That's this one. Well, this is that floor hole freaking issue. Which is easily could be. do, 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 do. Well, that'll definitely prove one way or another if it's floor hole. Just, you know, don't put it through the floor hole. Easy solution, right? To make it look like it goes through the floor hole. I've uploaded a photo of my map after my cannon. I'll check it out in a little bit. Especially since the stream is almost over. So I need to hook the pipe back up on this side. Well, first and foremost, are we at least getting good flow through here? 600 per minute. Not quite 600 per minute. Okay, but it is 8 o'clock. So I've been streaming for 7 hours. It encompasses my allotted time to stream. So if you have not already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. New here, lurking or watching this after the fact, and you somehow enjoyed the 7 hours of me trying to diagnose this BS, please smack that subscribe button over there on the YouTube. Smack the follow button over there on the Twitch. And I will be back tomorrow to do more debugging. Yay! Until then, I've been a ninja, obviously, and I will upload this save, so if anybody else wants to try to dink around and see if they can figure things out, you guys can. All right.